turn on the mic? Hello and good morning, and a very warm welcome from UNDP Bangkok. I hope you people had, all of you had a very good sleep, and you had a good flight. So thanks a lot for coming to this third regional dialogue under the governance of climate change finance and the first regional dialogue under the Climate Finance Network. And we look forward to a very robust and a very interactive three days. And we also look forward to learning from all of you, because you all come with a lot of experience and knowledge. So I'll now request Mr. Violet Beffer, who is the head of country office and quality assurance, UNDP, to provide the opening remarks for the session.
Push this a little bit. Sorry. Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to welcome you to this regional dialogue and knowledge exchange on climate finance in Asia and the Pacific, leveraging and managing climate finance for sustainable development. We continue to witness and experience the impact of climate change, from the typhoons to the floods, to the hurricanes and the droughts. It's interesting to note that 13 of the 30 most vulnerable climate countries are in the Asia and Pacific region. Climate finance is critical in addressing climate change because large-scale investments are required to significantly reduce emissions, as well as for societies and economies and people to adapt to the adverse effects and reduce the impact of climate change. The governments in Asia and the Pacific have started to increasingly realize that they require a structured pathway to combat climate change challenges. Asia and the Pacific is ahead of the curve in climate-responsive planning and budgeting systems. And I know this for a fact because I just moved here from Africa. Countries are making efforts to ensure that climate change is an integral part of the fiscal and development plans and the budget. Through the governance of climate change finance program and other initiatives, UNDP has been a proud partner working with governments and other partners in their efforts to integrate climate change mitigation and adaptation measures in their public financial management systems. Since 2012, UNDP has been working with governments and other stakeholders to support climate change mainstreaming into their governance systems. For example, with support from UNDP, Nepal was the first country to conduct climate public expenditure and institutional review. In Bangladesh, the Ministry of Finance is leading on climate change integrated medium-term budgetary framework through inclusive budgeting and financing for climate resilience. UNDP has also been able to assist countries in improving their budgetary processes for climate resilient development. For example, Bangladesh, Cambodia, Nepal, and Tonga have climate included in their budget circulars. Again, countries like Bangladesh, Nepal, Indonesia, and Pakistan have the climate budget tagging systems in place and are using them. In Indonesia, the budget tagging system has been used in identifying green projects under the Green Sukuks. In our experience in working with national partners, we recognize the important role of knowledge exchange and South-South cooperation in creating a momentum on climate-aligned planning and budgeting. This regional dialogue has been organized with the same intent. Peer-to-peer learning and knowledge exchange has been a critical part of the governance of climate change finance. In drawing from your respective experiences, we can collectively explore the latest trends, good practices, and key challenges, as well as emerging opportunities in helping countries to leverage and manage climate finance. We hope that this will help to facilitate a better understanding of the climate finance landscape and help to identify and optimize opportunities for South-South exchange on mainstreaming, accessing, and leveraging climate finance. We trust that the Climate Finance Network will provide a platform for different countries for knowledge exchange that accelerates the needed reforms. I look forward to hearing during the opening plenary from Mr. Ruwan Vijayawardene, Presidential Advisor on Climate Change, Government of Sri Lanka, Mr. Pekka Moren from the Government of Finland, and the Special Representative of the Finance Minister on Climate Action, who's also acting as a co-chair of the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action, and Dr. Salim Al-Haq, Director of the International Center for Climate Change and Development in Bangladesh. As I conclude, I thank the governments of Sweden and the United Kingdom for their continued support to UNDP in assisting countries in Asia and the Pacific to mobilize, leverage, and manage climate financing for sustainable development. This event and the development results we have achieved through the Climate Finance Network across Asia and the Pacific demonstrates the impact of our strong partnership. We look forward to working with governments and civil society and the private sector across the region to advance the climate change agenda. I wish you a very engaging and productive 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Violet, for these very enlightening remarks. And Andrew, you're just in time. So Andrew Ben, I'll request him to come on the stage. He's the permanent representative to UNESCAP for the Government of UK. And Government of UK has been a partner of this program for very long, and now we have another relationship which will go on for the next 7 years. Andrew?
Thank you, Assad, and thank you so much, Violet. I always find opening any event in Bangkok is far more exciting than anywhere else I've been, because you just never know, no matter how early you set off, whether or not you're going to make it. And I was frantically calling Assad a little bit earlier, going, think I'm going to make it, but I'm not sure. So anyway, it's really a pleasure to be here, far more of a pleasure than I thought it was going to be when I first set out. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, members of ministries of finance and environment and planning and so on, and development partners. I know we've got a huge number of people who've come here today, and it's such a pleasure to be able to do an event like this in person after so long of doing it online. The UNFCCC negotiations, and most recently COP26, are historic, unprecedented. In no other case in human history have the countries of the world collectively come together to change the direction of global development. Last year's Glasgow Climate Pact kept alive the goal of limiting global temperature rises to no more than 1.5 degrees C. I'm not sure if these are the longest or most complex negotiations in human history, but I think what we can all say with confidence is that they are the most critical. And yet, in many ways, as I think those of you in this room know, the negotiations are the easy bit. The true challenge, as well we all know, will be delivering the low-carbon transition across the world. And I think that no element of that real-world change is more critical than climate finance. Climate finance is particularly needed, too, in the areas where the poorest and most vulnerable communities live globally. It is known to disproportionately impact, climate change is known to disproportionately impact those areas. I began my career in the City of London. Climate finance has been a huge focus for the UK and for the city, what we call financing green, developing the scale of funding we need to make this happen. But at its core, I don't think the rules of green finance are that different from the same rules I learned at the start of my career, or indeed the rules of supply and demand that so many of us learn in economics. We seek to lower perceived risk, and so the cost of financing, and we seek to attract more investors, and so improve the money supply. We have an advantage in this space, however. Green finance is new, and people come to green finance wanting to make a difference often. They're motivated not just by their returns, but by the desire to do good for the country and for the people and communities around them. But we can change how we approach green finance. We can change the perceived risk, and we can attract more investors in many ways, whether it's about better education, standardizing the investment proposition, whether that's about specific instruments or technologies, and sharing the risk. In the UK, we launched our green finance strategy in 2019. It set out to boost investment into innovative clean technologies, to drive demand and supply to green lending products, to improve climate risk management with advanced data, and to build a green and resilient infrastructure pipeline. I say with some pride that London is among, if not the top, green finance centers globally. But 3 years on, it still feels like we're at the very start of our green finance journey. I was there a couple of weeks ago, taking the governor of the Bank of Thailand to talk about sustainable finance. And so many of the things that we're doing are still about laying the basic architecture to get it right on green finance. We have a long way to go. And as the UK, we believe that we have a long way to go, not just domestically for us, but also globally on green finance. That's one of the reasons why we've doubled our international climate finance commitment to £11.6 billion over the next 5 years. And last year at COP26, we announced the Climate Action for Resilient Asia program, or CARA. This is a new program to strengthen the resilience of vulnerable communities, economies, and the environment against the impacts of climate change, while promoting low-carbon growth in Asia and the Pacific. I'm proud to say that under the CARA program, the UK is supporting the UNDP's Climate Finance Network. Together with commitments from the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, this program will be a vital contribution to scaling up climate finance in the region. I'm pleased to be here today, therefore, to open this regional dialogue. Through the Climate Finance Network, 6 innovative work streams will play an invaluable role in supporting climate finance. An important part of that process, of course, is sharing experiences, good practice, and lessons learned. And so I'm so pleased to see such a huge number of people here today for this regional dialogue. I want to close by thanking again the UN Development Programme for setting up this dialogue, and thanking you all for coming in person to attend today. I wish you 3 very productive days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And I mean, you touched upon some very important points with reference to the COP and the ambition and the challenge that the world faces in terms of combating climate change. So just to introduce on what we plan to discuss, the thematic areas, and just to introduce also to the program that we have been working on, and which we'll continue to work on. So just to give you a flavor of the program. can
Okay.
Thank you very much. So, yeah, so Andrew, you touched upon the importance of the finance that is required. And I'll just refer to some of the figures that the Climate Policy Initiative came up with in 2020. So the existing climate finance that is available from different sources, which is the public, private, international sources of finance, is around 32 billion. And by 2050, the world will actually require 4.5 to 5 trillion. And these figures are in US dollars. So I mean, you can imagine the scale scale of climate finance that will be required. So, and this means about a 590% increase in climate finance. Just giving you a snapshot of the adaptation costs. And when we talk about the mitigation costs, I mean, they're much more than the adaptation costs. So according to the UNEP, the adaptation cost for the developing countries only, is 70 billion as of now. By 2030, it is going to increase to 140 to 300 billion. And by 2050, it's going to increase to 280 to 500 billion. Now, I mean, these are staggering figures, whether you think of mitigation or you think of the adaptation costs. And it's a challenge for the developing countries to, and the transition economies, and even for the developed world, to finance, to provide finance for effective climate action, which enables the temperature to be increased, to be restricted to 1.5 degrees centigrade. But when you look at the whole scenario, is it only about finance? It's fine, you need to have more finance, but then what about the existing finance? How is that money being spent? Is it being spent effectively? Is it being spent in the best manner? So it is basically to increase the value of investment that each country is making. So in their different sectors. So under the Governance of Climate Change Finance Program and the Climate Finance Network, we'll basically be looking at both. One, to increase the effectiveness of climate finance, and at the same time also looking at different avenues to leverage resources. We have been working through the support of Government of UK and Government of Sweden since 2014. And we've primarily partnered with the Ministries of Finance, but we've had valuable support from the Ministries of Environment and from other sector ministries. And what we have tried over the period of time is to build that evidence that is required for informed policy making around climate change, and at the same time also systematically embed climate change into the public financial management system so that climate change is responded to in a very systematic manner. We also felt that government cannot do it alone. It has to be other partners as well. One, the accountability and transparency of climate finance has to increase, but that can only increase when you have parliaments, media, civil society, everyone, and the research entities playing their role. And in the last few years, we've felt that this peer-to-peer learning and knowledge exchange actually has helped trigger the momentum of climate finance reforms. Violet was earlier alluding to the fact that Asia-Pacific is ahead in the curve. So, and that's only because countries have learned from other countries and moved on in implementing those reforms. So this is a snapshot of what we have been doing and what we will be doing, this basically provides the list of countries that we have been working in. Other than Pakistan, in almost all the other countries, we will be working through the Climate Finance Network. You see Pacific only, but within Pacific, we have 7 countries that are included in the Climate Finance Network. And I won't go into detail on some of the work, flagship work that has happened in Asia Pacific, but just to mention a few. For instance, I mean, Cambodia came up with this macroeconomic research on looking at the impact of climate change on economic growth. Similarly, Violet earlier mentioned the work that Ministry of Finance Bangladesh is doing on the medium-term budgetary framework. Maldives, I mean, has already started to work, it's a new country under the Climate Finance Network, but it is looking at the investment opportunities that exist for the private sector in the climate change arena. So these are the 6 work streams which Andrew was earlier alluding to, and you will see a mix here. So climate change aligned planning and budgeting is a key work stream that we have been working in the last 7-8 years. So I mean, that does remain a solid piece of the Climate Finance Network moving forward. But then equally important is that how can countries basically access international finance? It's been part of the discussions also about the commitments that developed countries have made to the developing countries, and we know that now newly quantified goals are being worked out. So I mean, all this will probably enable and create opportunities for the developing countries to mobilize more resources. And then tax and innovative climate change finance. So usually we look at the expenditure side, but how can we use the taxation system to create incentives for the governments, for the private sector to invest in climate change, and also looking at some of the innovative finance instruments like the green sukuk, so the green bonds that many countries have introduced in. Over the course of the next 3 days, you will get to hear about some of these issues. The latest COP raised this very important issue of equity, about how the vulnerable should be given special consideration when addressing climate change. And so that's another work stream. I mentioned the transparency and accountability and the need for the engagement of different partners. So we'll be working with Parliament, civil society. We also have some prior experience where we have worked with countries like other research entities. For instance, in Indonesia, we have worked in Cambodia, we have worked in Pakistan, Nepal. Modeling climate impact on economic growth, we don't have much experience on that, but I think that's very important because the world needs to know which are the sector, the world and the countries need to know which are the sectors that are getting affected. What is the cost of inaction on climate change? So I mean, that basic, any information, any data on that will probably move the needle very, very quickly. And this is the partnership structure. As I mentioned earlier, UNDP cannot do it alone. The government of UK cannot do it alone. The government of Sweden cannot do it alone. It has to be a very collaborative effort. No country can do it alone. So at the core are the countries, and then we, within the country in Asia Pacific, there is a very strong capacity that exists within the research entities, within the civil society. So they also need to partner with the governments and with the development partners. And then we have strategic partners, the World Bank, the ADB, the IMF, and some of the sister UN agencies like UN Women, UNEP. So all of these entities need to come together, and CFN will also try to help broker some of these relationships, and also work with the other partners wherever necessary and possible to work at the country level and at the regional level to push forward the momentum of climate finance. So I'll stop here, and thank you very much again for coming. We have a very rich and diverse group of people that we have. We have, I think, about 120 people. We have delegates from the Ministries of Finance, from the sector ministries, from the central banks, the private sector, civil society, research entities. So we look forward to learning from all of you and listening to your experience. Thank you very much. So before we go into the opening plenary, I'll request Vivek and Oiku to provide some house rules.
Okay. Dear distinguished participants, we just want to announce the house rules, which might be helpful for you during the following 3 days. Fire exit is on the adjacent room.
Just 1 minute. Good morning. Good morning. Energy. Please, 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 please. Come on, come on, come on. Let's get... Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Safety first. Fire exit is on the adjacent room. We have an emergency team available throughout the occasion, and the medical room in the basement. I hope we will never need it. Lunchtime is at 12:30 on the 4th floor. Please use the QR codes. We have one agenda on each table, but we didn't want to print too much paper. And the logistics note is also attached to it. Also the wireless username and password for those who are not staying in the hotel. Please use the microsite accessibly. I've sent it to all participants. There is a knowledge exchange button there where you can make requests about anything you want to learn more about or any country that you want to meet. We will facilitate these bilateral meetings either during the regional dialogue or afterwards. This is a South-South cooperation event after all. You see the papers there. Those are for group work. You can choose which group you want to work in for the second day. We have breakout rooms. You can write your name there, whichever group work you want to be part of. We have a 20-person quota for each group.
Let me just elaborate on that. We have day 2, we have 7 thematic breakouts. So whichever group you want, actually you can just indicate in those. And day 3, we'll have another breakout session, but it will be 3 groups in three different areas. So we'll have that tomorrow placed here for you to indicate your preference.
Please keep your boarding passes. Your country colleagues, UNDP country colleagues will need that. When you need help from us, we have the blue ribbon. Yours is green, so you can approach us if you have any issue during the event. And please write your name and country on your tags. And cell phones should be in silent mode. No need to say it, but if you have to take a call, please leave the main menu. And please do not take the phone calls inside. And we encourage you to sit with other colleagues. Please mingle. This is meant to be, a South-South cooperation event where you get to know colleagues from other countries. And we will be tweeting heavily during the next 3 days. Please retweet us, or you can tweet directly using the hashtags CFN, Reg Dialogue CFN 2022. And let's disseminate it further. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now the first session will start, moderated by Radhika Lal, our SDG Finance Advisor.
Good morning, everyone. May I ask the panelists in the room, Mr. Ruwan Jayawardene, to please come to the stage? And we will be joined by 2 colleagues online. Thank you very much. So very pleased to be here with all of you. And after that rousing welcome from colleagues Vivek and Oiku, let's get down to the serious business of setting the stage for this meeting. We have 3 panelists for the first session. Let me just do a very quick round of introductions. It'll be a lot more detailed on the microsite, but this is just really to give you a flavor of their bios. Our first speaker is Mr. Ruwan Jayawardene, who's the Presidential Advisor on Climate Change for Sri Lanka. He previously served as the State Minister of Defense and as the Mass Media Non-Cabinet Minister. He is an alumni of the University of Sussex in the UK, and he specialized in political science. So, Mr. Jayawardene, over to you to give your opening remarks. Yes.
Good morning to my fellow panelists, Mr. Morin, Special Representative of the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action, Professor Haq from the ICCA, other government officials, non-government, private sector and academia representatives, Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office of the Government of the United Kingdom, UNDP and organizers. Firstly, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this regional dialogue, Bangkok Regional Hub of the UNDP, the Government of UK and Sweden, for organizing this program and for extending an invitation to the Government of Sri Lanka. By now, a fact, I think a known fact, is that Sri Lanka is currently facing its worst economic crisis since gaining independence in 1948. The need of the hour is rapid socio-economic recovery. By virtue of being an island, our country is highly vulnerable to climate risk, and we have been facing multiple hydrometeorological disasters which are increasing in their frequency and intensity. The Global Climate Risk Index has listed Sri Lanka among the top 10 climate vulnerable countries in the world in 3 consecutive years since 2018. In a crisis situation, further impact from climate change on our primary industries is something that the country cannot afford in its socio-economic recovery process. Considering the country's high dependency on natural resources, for our economy and employment generation, for instance, in sectors like fisheries, agriculture, and even tourism. Increased climate externalities have an unprecedented impact on the lives and livelihoods of our people and our economy. However, Sri Lanka is compelled to face such externalities despite our low footprint in greenhouse gas emissions. Recognizing this and the need for collective action to combat climate change, Sri Lanka has already expressed a strong commitment to prioritize climate action and integrate national determined contributions with increased ambition on emission reduction and climate change adaptation. In these NDCs, we promise to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from several key sectors by 14.5%. And increase our forest cover by 32% by 2030. Sri Lanka has also committed to achieving 70% renewable energy in electricity generation by 2030, carbon neutrality by 2050, and cease building coal-fired power plants by 2050. This is a very serious undertaking, which will require strong coordination and efforts and financial resource targets. Partnering with the UNDP, we are developing a carbon net zero roadmap and strategic planning looking to meet these targets. Commitments for the energy sector have a dual impact in helping to address the country's current energy and fuel crisis while lowering our carbon footprint. They also translate into foreign exchange savings for the country. This twin approach could also serve as an example to other countries in the region who may be facing similar struggles. Further, with the support of the UNDP and other international organizations, we are in the process of updating our national climate change policy to reflect commitments made in the updated NDC target, as we believe the provisions to enable climate action must be elaborated at the policy level. And we are also working to enhance our NDC implementation plans to make them more gender responsive and socially inclusive to ensure differentiated climate change impacts are both acknowledged and addressed, leaving no one behind. But we still have more work to do. And given ever-increasing climate vulnerability and the potential for this to, in turn, affect the long-term macroeconomy of Sri Lanka, addressing these climate risks will require substantial resources. The prevailing socio-economic crisis has already severely strained resources that would be used for adaptation and mitigation, with funding being diverted instead to address the immediate crisis. In the tight fiscal space with public budget constraints, traditional resources cannot be channeled towards mitigation and adaptation measures. So a new strategy for climate finance has become the need of the hour. Although this is not related to climate finance, we have already started working in this space. Sri Lanka is, in partnering with the UNDP, is currently working on aligning the national budgeting process with SDGs, including SDG 13 that deals with climate action. Recently, the SDG Investor Map was also launched. This exercise translates relevant country-level SDG gaps and priorities into private sector investment opportunities. The Central Bank of Sri Lanka has also developed the National Sustainable Finance Roadmap with the support of BioFin and is working on developing a sustainable finance taxonomy. The NDC costing exercise is partially complete, with mitigation measures having been costed. As we begin work on conducting the climate public expenditure and investment review and the climate finance needs assessment through the Climate Finance Network, we hope to enhance tracking of climate expenditure, strengthening public-private finance management, explore mobilization and diversification of climate change funding to fill in identified finance gaps. Integrating climate change, low carbon and risk-informed development, international, sectoral, local planning and investment processes is an urgent need to ensure there is enough fiscal space to identify and fund priority interventions. In order to see our commitments through and enable Sri Lanka to embark on a low-carbon development pathway, we will require support and collaboration from all stakeholders. I look forward to this session planned over the course of the next few days and hope to take these valuable insights from our peers back to Sri Lanka to orient and guide our climate finance activities. I very much look forward to working closely with the Climate Finance Network after this program to take meaningful steps to shape Sri Lanka's climate finance strategy. Again, my appreciation to the UNDP, the Government of UK and Sweden for organizing this workshop, Thank you, and have a pleasant morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wijewardene, and my apologies for actually mispronouncing your name earlier. And actually, this is a perfect segue to Mr. Pekka Moran, who's going to be coming in from Finland at what is an unearthly hour for him. So we welcome you as an honorary Asian. This is what it feels like for many of us in Asia who often do the early morning or late night calls. So thank you very much for that. A brief introduction to Mr. Moran. He's the special representative of the Finance Minister of Finland on climate action at the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action, and he also acts full-time as the co-chair of the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action, and as the minister's deputy, the Sherpa. He holds a master's degree in social science, economics and from the University of Helsinki, and he also studied economics at the University of Edinburgh. So over to you, Mr. Moran. Just a quick, by show of hands, how many people are familiar with the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action? Good, thank you. So that gives you a sense of your task now, Mr. Moran.
For this event. And let me also say that I regret that it's not possible to be there with you in person. I would have liked to be there. We're just preparing for the ministerial meeting of next week, so that was not possible at this time around, but I look forward to doing that next time. Let me just say, in setting the scene, where I come from with the Coalition of Finance Ministers. I'm going to say a few words about the Finance Ministry's role and the Coalition's role. We are co-chairing this, of course, together with Indonesia in very close partnership, supported by World Bank and the IMF, but also UNDP is a very important partner with us. So these dialogues are extremely important and also regional, global, but also local level. The horizontal challenge is really huge. The coalition is an interesting organization because it brings together high-level, high-income countries, low-income countries, and medium-income countries, all struggling with different types of climate challenges. I would say 1/3 from each of these types of countries. So we have very good selection of countries. And we are learning together. So finance ministries are just getting started. And of course now with the big adaptation challenges, mitigation challenges, it is important that we work together and put our strength together and to scale up our activities. So there is a lot to do. But let me first address in saying more detail about the finance minister's role, that we are now dealing with a multi-dimensional economic policy and policy challenges that include the adaptation, mitigation aspects, but also very difficult economic circumstances. This underlines the role of the finance ministers and in addressing these challenges, in designing smart policies, and in the situation where public finances are really constrained. And we have a lot of important work to do to keep the public financial management in good place. But of course, globally, we need smart policies to make sure that we develop the financial system, ensure the stability of the financial system as there are many uncertainties, and we design policies in a way that overall supports our governments and international efforts. I would particularly like to underline that finance ministries are ultimately in charge of gaining access and retaining access to the financial markets and access to the finance, no matter what kind of sources of finance we are talking about. Donor financing, market-based financing, and also developing the financial tools such as green bonds. But I would just like to make a brief list of key issues. So I already mentioned the importance now in prevailing financial stability. This will of course happens together with other authorities, particularly central banks. That's why central banks are also important partners for the coalition of finance ministers. Then we need to develop our financial systems. Taxonomies have been mentioned, but there are many approaches. There is no one size fits all. We need to take into account regional, national circumstances. But it's important that all countries understand what needs to be done to develop financial systems, and this is why the coalition also can be a helpful forum. Many coalition members have already said that they have really benefited from, for example, the issuance of green bonds, the really deep dive exchange with the other coalition members and the institutional partners. Then a very important point in general in these unstable circumstances is to make sure that we create enabling overall economic environment and credible policies longer term. Even if we are struggling with short-term challenges, we need to always keep in mind that credible policies need a very long-term approach. Then we need to also ensure that the overall economic, the financial system, the so-called financial ecosystem functions, that we have the multiple important roles of regional development banks, multiple public financial actors, national financial actors, and market participants. Finance ministers will need to contribute and see that the overall ecosystem of these actors functions efficiently. Then I would like to highlight the importance of regional cooperation, dialogues as like this. We are a coalition of finance ministers is now almost 80 countries. We particularly now, it seems that we are now growing, particularly in the Asian region, which is really welcome. And we need to, there are time differences, there are regional challenges. So that's why we need to step up our efforts also to address these regionally together with countries are struggling with similar problems, challenges. That's why these regional dialogues are extremely important, and that's why we strongly support such activities. I would like to just highlight lastly the value added of exchanging, having these kind of exchanges. This is why the Coalition of Finance Ministers was established in the first place, and this is what feedback we get from members, that the value added really comes from jointly working to reach our common objectives. So I wish you a very fruitful few days, and I also look forward to participating further, even if virtually, but I appreciate that possibility to take further part in these events in the coming days. So thank you very much, and have I wish you a very fruitful discussions, and look forward to hearing about the outcome of the discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much again, Mr. Pekka Moran. And for those of you who haven't checked out the website of the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action, it's well worth it. You'll find a lot of resources under the 6 different Helsinki principles. So yeah. So now we turn, last but not least, to Professor Salim-ul Haq, who's the director of the International Center for Climate Change and Development, ICCCAD, and professor at the Independent University of Bangladesh, as well as senior associate of the International Institute on Environment and Development. And he's also senior advisor on locally led adaptation with the Global Center on Adaptation. He was appointed the Officer of the Order of the British Empire in 2022, New Year honors for serving and combating climate change. So congratulations to you on that. So over to you, Professor Haq, for your remarks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody from Dhaka, Bangladesh. Apologies for not being able to be with you in person, but I'm there with you in spirit, and my colleague, Professor Mizan Khan, is there with you in person and will be there for the next 3 days. So I hope everybody has an opportunity to meet with him. What I'm going to do is to share some views from my side, and just to make sure everybody understands what my side is. I'm not a finance person. I am a climate change scientist, particularly working on the impacts of climate change around the world, but particularly in the vulnerable developing countries, and obviously particularly in our region in Bangladesh and South Asia. And I'll share 3 sets of messages with all of you, which I hope will be relevant and help you with your discussions over the coming days. The first message is just simply about climate science, what is happening in the climate world. And I don't think I need to tell you what is happening. All of you, before you came here or leave late evening after you arrived in Bangkok, in your hotel rooms must have watched the news, CNN, BBC, Al Jazeera, whatever you watched, you will have seen that the richest country in the world, the United States of America, was hit by a hurricane of unprecedented size. Millions of people have become homeless. Hundreds of people now, the death toll is rising, have actually died, lost their lives. And the cost in money terms is going up every day by 10 billion. First 10 billion, then another 10 billion, and then another 10 billion. And it hasn't stopped going up, the costing. The hurricane hit the west coast of Florida, went across Florida, came out on the side of the Atlantic, and then hit the state of Carolina again. So that is climate change. It is here. It isn't getting any better. It's going to get worse. Every country in the world is going to be hit by climate change. It's no longer something we have to be ready for. It's something that we are going to get hit by, and we will have to deal with it, whether we are prepared or not, whether we like it or not. And to bring it to the attention of the gathering here, ministries of finance are going to have to fork out money. Joe Biden in the United States is going to have to find in the order of $50 to $100 billion from the federal budget, from Florida state budget. Florida state budget is not going to manage it. The governor of Florida is already going hat in hand to Joe Biden, and they're very different partners. Normally he abuses Joe Biden, the president of the US, but now he's going hat in hand for money from the federal government. And that's the reality on the ground in every country. So we have to be aware of that. The future is not going to be like the past. We have crossed a threshold, and this year, 2022, is a key year in which we have gone through the looking glass into this new and very, very bad world of climate impacts. So I'm afraid I'm bringing bad news to you. So let me switch to the second message, which is what we can do about it. And we are not helpless. We can certainly be better prepared, better able to do with it. Some of us are doing better, some less better. We can share that knowledge with each other of how we can deal with it. So I'm going to start the second message about what we can do with the climate finance arena. The climate finance arena, which is primarily, but not exclusively, under the climate regime, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, to which all the countries represented here are members. We have an annual conference of parties. We had a major achievement in the year 2015 at the 21st Conference of Parties in Paris, in France, where we agreed what we call the Paris Agreement. And under the Paris Agreement, there are 2 major agreements that we achieved and everybody agreed to. The first one is all of us, all countries together will do our best to keep our emissions, lower our emissions in order to stay below 1.5 degrees at the global level. We are not on track to do that, but we need to raise our ambition to try and make that happen. That's still our goal, but the goal is slipping away very rapidly. The second commitment that was made by the rich countries, the developed countries, was to provide the developing countries with $100 billion a year, starting from 2020 onwards, to tackle climate change through two means. Firstly, mitigation, which we use the term to mean reducing emissions of greenhouse gases that cause the problem, and also adaptation, which we use to mean preparing to deal with the impacts of climate change. And this was now 7 years ago. 2020 has come and gone, 2021 has come and gone, 2022 is almost gone, and the 100 billion a year has not been achieved, neither in 2020 nor in 2021, and certainly not in 2022. How much has been achieved is a matter of debate. The developed countries claim in the order of $80 billion a year has been delivered. The developing countries have their doubts about how much of that is being double counted with other things that they were supposed to deliver as well, and they're counting them development finance and climate finance as the same thing, the same euro or dollar being counted twice. But be that as it may, they certainly are providing in the tens of billions of dollars, and there are vehicles through which these come: the Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund under the UN Framework Convention, and a lot of it also comes through the multilateral development banks like the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, etc. And a significant amount also comes through the bilateral aid agencies like the FCDO of the UK, SIDA of Sweden, and other agencies, bilateral aid agencies of the developed countries. So there is a significant amount of funding flowing now called climate finance, specifically labeled climate finance. And the developing countries, particularly the vulnerable developing countries in Asia Pacific and other regions of the world, are learning how to access that funding. It's not easy. It's quite difficult, in fact. The hurdles that have to be gone through to achieve getting a single penny out of these funds is quite difficult. And the reason I know that is we teach agencies in government and other organizations how to get funding. It's quite complicated. You practically have to have a PhD in applying for funding to be able to get funding. And it takes a lot of time, by the way. The average delivery for the Green Climate Fund is several years from applying to getting funding. And so the significant, important element here that I will raise is that the climate finance that has been delivered and even that has been promised, which is much bigger, is still not fit for purpose in terms of the magnitude of the requirement. And the magnitude of the requirement now has an added element, a third element, that we didn't start off with. We started off with mitigation and adaptation, as I mentioned, and I heard other speakers mention. But there's a third element now. It's called loss and damage. What I just described of what's happening in Florida in the United States is not adaptation, is not mitigation. It's loss and damage because of human-induced climate change. And it's the tens of billions right now. Within the next, matter of days, it will escalate in the many tens of billions in the US alone, one country alone. And that is the reality. That is something that we will have to deal with. And the burden is going to fall on the finance ministers of every country that is hit by these cyclones, hurricanes, droughts, heat waves, whatever it is that hits us. The Minister of Finance is the first one who has to find the money to deal with the problem for his or her own citizens. So I now segue into my third message, which is that climate finance is no longer a separate entity. It is finance, financing investment, financing budgets, financing education, financing agriculture, financing energy, financing all kinds of activities that every country has to do to protect its citizens, to help its citizens, and in particular for vulnerable developing countries to help them deal with the impacts of climate change, is now climate finance. The national budget in every country has to be a climate budget as well as a development budget, as well as a fiscal budget. And I'll give you the example of my country, in Bangladesh. My government, in the last 3 years, has included climate finance in the national budget. We started off some years ago by having a separate fund, a climate fund of our own, which the finance minister would contribute funding in the order of $100 million a year, each year. It was put in a separate trust fund to fund climate finance, very similar to what I described at the global level. But then we realized that standalone climate finance is not good enough. We have to mainstream it into national development. And in the last few years, our finance ministry has built the capacity to do that. And this year's budget in Bangladesh has a climate budget included in the national budget, representing in the order of 7% of the national budget. That's a huge amount of money, distributed across 20 ministries of the government of Bangladesh, and not just Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Water Resources, Ministry of Education. They all have a climate budget in their mainstream activities, and they have to deal with it. And in my view, that is where the future lies. That's where every country is going to have to do. And this gathering of people in Bangkok, I feel, is a very, very good opportunity for us to share knowledge with each other, share experiences with each other, get to know each other, because this is something that we will all have to deal with, and we can share knowledge very, very effectively. The best way to learn how to do things is to learn by doing, and then learn those who haven't done to learn from those who have done it, not theoretically, but practically. So I'll leave it there. I wish you all a very successful meeting, and I hope that you'll have a chance to meet my colleague, Professor Mizan Khan, who is there as well. Thank you.
So just checking if there are any burning questions for any of the three panelists. Okay, on that note, I think we got three very different but related perspectives coming at the issue, the importance which we know where domestic finance, domestically mobilized finance, is really the bedrock of all climate finance. And hence the importance also of fora like the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action, which really brings together finance ministers to really share experiences, identify opportunities to really how to take that further. The note from Professor Salim ul Haq, where he really emphasized a third element which we're having to all deal with in much greater depth, now going into COP27, which is loss and damage, and the fact that domestic budgets, particularly when they're reeling under the debt taken on for COVID and other things, are simply not enough to bear the weight of what's coming down in terms of climate change. And then the range of activities which are being undertaken at the country level, and the perspective from Mr. Vijay, where he outlined the activities to engage both to get the budget to be much more climate responsive, but also how to engage the private sector much more in these areas, because that too needs to be much, much more green. We know that just 2% of global capital, if it was green and climate responsive, would get us way past that goal. So this is something that we need to also just keep in mind as we go through the meeting. So with that, I think we now have a coffee break for, do we still have a coffee break for 15 minutes? Yeah, so coffee break for 15 minutes, and see you all back here after that. Thank you very much once again to all our panelists.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Coffee break is till 11. So the first one is, should I say? Coffee break is till 11. So I mean, please make sure that you are back by 11.
bad sign, and then went completely the wrong way, and we ended up stuck in the mile of traffic on Saturday. Yeah. Oh no. Ah. Locked off by the police or something, with like barriers or? Oh, okay. Right. That was my plan to get out now, was to walk to the nearest ATS. Which one did you come from? I looked at Google and it was 35 minutes to go, and Google was saying 22 minutes to get there.
That's he heard it. You made it.
And I called that back.
We were all rooting for you.
He was very cool.
When is she date from Lady? Oh, see? Wow, yeah. Light years away. Yeah. I see. It's very lovely.
Hello, everyone. If you can please take your seats, we're looking to start. Colleagues, can we please take our seats? You can sign up later. Okay, welcome to the second session, which is on making the case. Now, this one is going to be, you'll get a regional perspective, a country perspective, as well as an outsider perspective on just different aspects of risk matrix, which we are not necessarily taking into account, and ways of expanding fiscal space in very difficult times, as we've heard from the first panel. So let me begin by asking our colleague from ESCAP, Mr. Alberto Isgut, to provide a regional perspective on climate finance and what are some of the opportunities, a brief word of introduction. Alberto is the Economic Affairs Officer at the Financing for Development section of ESCAP, where he's also responsible for the preparation of knowledge products and capacity building activities with a recent focus on sustainable financing and digital financing. Prior to this, he worked on MSME financing and was a lead author for the Economic and Social Survey for the Asian Pacific and other ESCAP flagship publications. As someone who looks at these surveys and uses a lot of the data, very pleased to have you here to offer your perspective. So tell us what's happening in the region and where you see the possibilities.
Thank you so much, Radhika, for your kind introduction. A very warm good morning to all of you. I'm very pleased to be in this event representing UNESCAP. I will talk very briefly about some elements of sustainable finance and debt in Asia and the Pacific. It's a little bit of an introduction. We can carry on the discussion later. So at the moment, we are in a very challenging environment, to say the least, right? When it comes to the advancement in the SDGs, there was a report by ESCAP earlier in the year, and we are basically not on track on any of the 17 SDGs. So we are not going to reach the SDGs by 2030. So that's quite a serious situation. And that report actually used data before the pandemic, so it's not just the impact of the pandemic. On top of that, we have the COVID-19 pandemic. And that, now we are kind of riding out of it, things are looking a bit better. In Bangkok, we don't need to use a mask anymore. But were two very difficult years, 2020 and 2021. And some countries were deeply affected, by, unemployment, by, serious cuts in the GDP. And on top of that, governments have to take action, so they have to provide support. Both on the health front and on social aspects. So that created a massive fiscal expenditures and reduced fiscal inflows. So fiscal space was severely restricted. And also there was an increase in public debts in many countries. So we are finally over. 2022 looks like a new year. Things, might look better. And then we have this war in Ukraine that besides, the humanitarian cost of any war, it created a tremendous impact on food and fuel prices. And that added to a complex situation already because inflation was coming up in 2020 towards the second half of 2021 when the global economy started to recover and there were a lot of disruptions in supply chains. So inflation was already increasing, but this extra boost of food and fuel prices created a situation that is really, really complicated. As a result of that, the major central banks are ending this more than a decade long monetary easing policy that created enormous liquidity in global financial markets after the global financial crisis of 2008. And that carried on, and it was accentuated during the pandemic. But now there is a very clear change in monetary policies, and the fact that the US, many countries in Europe also have record inflation, unprecedented, highest for the last probably 20, 30 years, is really creating a lot of pressure for central banks to take action and increase their policy rates. So that is already happening. Now the implication of that is that all interest rates are going to go up, and it's going to increase the cost of debt, of servicing debt, and also it's going to make access to debt more complicated. So what to do in this situation? There are many things, of course, but given the topic of this short talk, we want to focus on two. One is to retool the financial sector to access the sustainable finance market, both domestically and abroad, right? As Professor Hug mentioned, we cannot talk anymore about climate finance as a niche type of finance. No, climate finance should be the whole financial system, should be devoted, of course, not only to climate, it should be a very important component. We can talk about sustainability in general, including also social objectives. And second, because of the problems with debt, the clouds in the horizon coming, I think that countries should consider seriously the option of debt for climate swaps. And I will mention that a little more later on. Well, talking about the sustainable finance market, there has been a phenomenal growth. Recently, in 2021, it achieved $1.6 trillion globally, which is a very large amount. This is now serious money. And if you look at emerging markets, this is data from IMF. It is also growing quite significantly. And we are talking not only about the issuance of sustainable, sustainably themed bonds, but also ESG equity funds. So there is a lot of interest by investors everywhere, including, of course, in emerging markets. Now, when it comes to the Asia-Pacific region, and unfortunately, this is a bit old data. We are in the process of updating it. There are relatively few countries that have issued these instruments. So there is a lot of room for expansion for other countries to get into these markets. And personally, from our work at ESCAP, we have a lot of expression of interest from many countries. We help to provide, policy frameworks, training, and things like that. We are working in Cambodia, among other countries. There is a concentration in Asia and the Pacific in East Asia, of course, China, Japan, and Republic of Korea, big players. But Southeast Asia is catching up very quickly. And there were a lot of very important issuances of green bonds and sustainable bonds in 2021 and this year as well. And our colleagues from UNDP, of course, they are doing quite a lot of work, in this area as well. So, just to give you a bit of a snapshot, the sustainable finance products, there are basically two main kinds. One is use of funds products, like green bonds, social bonds, sustainability bonds, or green loans. These are products that require a very specific use of the funds. The funds have to be used for certain specific uses, right? Like renewable energy, to give an example. And second, there are the sustainability-linked products, and this is a different thing because there is no use of fund requirement here, but there has to be basically a commitment to do some. The process has to be sustainable, and there is a lot more leeway for companies or sovereigns, to use these products, but there has to be this KPI. key performance indicators that need to be fulfilled. So basically these products are conditional on the fulfillment of the KPIs. So what it is necessary to achieve this, to access this type of products? Well, first of all, it is necessary to have some national policy frameworks or guidelines. So these frameworks are usually high level, they're issued by ministries of finance, sometimes by central banks, but they have a normative value because they basically create the normative framework in which these products can be issued in the country. Second, it is important to adopt national standards to clarify exactly what these products are, right? It's related to the frameworks. And more often than not, these national standards are related to some global standards like ICMAS, Green Bond Standards, Sustainability-Linked Bond Standards. Number three, the capacities to select and implement projects is extremely important. You know, it's not just a matter of issuing a financial product. The financial product is to finance something very concrete, and investors are quite interested that these products, you know, are effective in the objectives they aim to achieve. Finally, this ecosystem, you know, for sustainable finance requires the use of some additional institutions that are not common for normal finance. For example, to provide external reviews to make sure that the alignment of the bond actually aligns with the standards that are supposed to be used, or that the funds are according to what is intended in the bond issuance, and also to verify KPI performance in the case of sustainability-linked products. Now, there are clouds in the horizon, as I said before, and I want to quote Lael Brainerd, which is the vice chair of the board of directors of the Fed, of the US Fed, the central bank. In countries where sovereign or corporate debt levels are high, higher interest rates could increase debt servicing burdens and concerns about debt sustainability, which could be exacerbated by currency depreciation. I mean, this is nothing really revolutionary, but coming from somebody, a very high-level official at the Fed, I mean, it's quite important recognition that this is really a serious problem. We have to take it seriously. So what to do about this again? Well, there are, I focus only on sustainable finance and debt, but you know, there are, of course, on the fiscal front, it is very important to take action. It's important to optimize the use of very limited fiscal space and to spend very effectively in the really important areas, health, education, infrastructure. We need massive investments on climate change action, as was mentioned before. We need to mobilize additional public finance. I mean, many countries in the region have very, very small tax bases, and this is not going to be enough. So we need to broaden the tax bases. We need to improve the tax collection efficiency as well. Then, in the area of debt relief, this is something to be considered, you know, and we will talk more about later. And with sustainable finance, let's not forget, I mean, it might be difficult to access finance, you know, in this coming, you know, year or so. I mean, things are going to get complicated, but we shouldn't give up on the development of our, you know, financial markets to make sure that we are prepared to access this type of sustainable finance products. As soon as we can, right? So we need to continue development, the market, development national capacities. I think that's quite important too. And let me end with two more quotes. One is by the president of the World Bank, just last week. He said, "The potential magnitude of the debt crisis ahead raises the stakes and may galvanize the interest of all parties in finding a workable solution." Okay, this is important, I think, also coming from a president of an important institution, that the magnitude of the crisis can be quite serious. And that can actually create also collaboration, you know, from creditors. So we shouldn't think that this is a fight between debtors and creditors. There is scope for working together. But the sooner we realize that and the sooner we start working with creditors, I think it's better, right? And finally, our boss, Antonio Guterres at the General Assembly said, we need an effective mechanisms of debt relief for developing countries, including middle-income countries in debt distress. Creditors should consider debt reduction mechanisms such as debt climate adaptation swaps that could have saved lives and livelihood in Pakistan, which is drowning not only in flood water but also in debt. And I conclude here. Thank you so much for your attention. I hope my timing was okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alberto, for that, for really setting the stage of how difficult the situation is. But now we're going to change track a little bit and go to the country level, to go to Cambodia. Because one of the things we're going to see is that if we want to really reduce the kinds of loss and damages that we're seeing, and we need, it's not enough just to invest in adaptation and mitigation, but really to make the case for that, because we're not doing enough of either. And so the question is, how can a risk-informed perspective help us to do that? And for this, we're going to, sorry. Sorry about that. Trouble handling two devices. Going to turn now to Mr. Odum Buna, I hope I'm saying your name right, who is an official at the General Department of Policy of the Ministry of Economy and Finance of Cambodia. He's been involved in the areas of structural policy, particularly in identifying issues and proposing public intervention in the areas of skills, energy, SMEs, and policy linkages in support of national budget formulation. So let me turn to you. He's also accompanied by my colleague Julian Chevillard, who is currently the Chief Technical Advisor of the Cambodia Climate Change Alliance Program of UNDP Cambodia. Over to you, Mr. Buma.
Yes, thank you very much. And so first of all, I would like to say very good morning to distinguished guests this morning, and ladies and gentlemen. Just to introduce myself once again, my name is Odum Buna. I'm from the Ministry of Economy and Finance from Cambodia. So as our previous distinguished speaker has talked before, that climate change has been affecting the globe. And there are also some of the explanation on how the world has adapting to the climate change. So now I would like to bring to Cambodia cases, Cambodia case that I'm going to talk about some of Cambodian experience in doing the modeling work to see how climate change affect economic growth. So first, I would like just to bring on the policy context that why we're doing this, the modeling work, is that there are actually previous international study on how the climate change affect economic growth. But the previous finding only provide us the headline finding that it only affects the economic growth. But we don't have sufficient data to support that, as well as methodology was not exposed to us. So that is the reason why the Ministry of Economy and Finance, with the support from UNDP, we prepare a more simplified model using Excel spreadsheet to understand the impact of climate change on economic growth. So we use the production function. So basically, it's the output is the function of capital and labor. So I will explain in the next slide of how this model works. So here is just a snapshot on the model named the Cambodian Economic Growth Impact Model, CEGIM, that we want to put the impact or the damage on economic growth. So first, let's take a look at the first box, the green box, which is the science of climate change. So basically, the climate change, it affects the frequency of rainfall variability. So there could be more rain or drought. And the second science is rising temperature. So let's look at the first impact, which is the rainfall variability. So it's going to reduce the output. So in this sense, like in the agricultural sector, it's going to affect the crop. So that means in that one particular year, it's going to affect the GDP as well, because they are reduced of output. So now let's take a look at the orange box, which is the second and third impact, which is on the damage of asset and the reduced labor productivity. When there's a reduce of asset, it's also a reduced capital asset K, which we put in the model. And also, they're going to reduce the labor productivity as well, which we mark as L, reduced productivity in the model. So from that, when we put in the model, it's also going to reduce the GDP in that one particular year, as well as the following year, T+1, T+2, T+3. So you can see the last box, which is impact on GDP, which is 2, right? The first is the impact on that year, and the second one is the reduced GDP growth path, which means that the base in that 1 year will also affect in the following year as well. So that's the beauty of this model. So next is just want to show you on the BAU scenario on the impact of climate change. As you can see in the graph here that the impact is going to be significant and it's going to reduce, it's going to increase from years to year until 2050. So the next slide is we want to see what is the main driver of the impact. Like I presented before, there are 3, right? Labor productivity, the loss of income, and asset. Among the 3, we found that the labor productivity will contribute the most to the impact on economic growth. And if we see on the sector, we divide it by industry, service, and agriculture. So the dot there signifies the labor productivity that it actually contributes largely to the economic growth. And if we see by sector, at the early year, the green one, which represents the agriculture, first it affects the agriculture. But as the country moves towards the industry, we're going to see that the less impact will be on industry, but on agriculture, but more impact on industry after 2030. So you can see in 2050, most of the impact will be on industry. But this one is based on how the economic structure by country, and this is particularly for Cambodia, until 2050. So this is the result from the scenario that the model suggests, that it starts with the line, the first line, the orange line, which is without climate change. So it's going to, not affect the GDP much. It's going to be, I mean, the GDP is going to be the highest among the another scenario. And the last one with climate change, but no adaptation at all, you can see the bottom line, the green one, it's going to affect about 10% reduction on GDP. So with the climate change headline, which is the black line, it's going to reduce the impact to about 6%. But with high adaptation, the dot line, it's going to reduce the impact to 4%. So this is actually to show on how adaptation affects the economic growth. It can reduce the impact from climate change. So what is the policy implication from having this model? Of course, that the result from this is actually applied to the policy implications such as the NSDP, the 5-year development plan, and also the post-COVID recovery plan. And also, it also encouraged the public, the government to spend more on the climate change as well. If you look at this figure, that the public expenditure has actually increased annually, and now in the latest data in 2021 is actually to 2.3% of GDP. And from this model, we actually use the result and we plug in the investment to how Cambodia is going to aim for the long-term strategy for carbon neutrality. So here is the result, that to achieve the 2050 carbon neutrality, they are involved a number of investment. The left-hand side, which means that the investment that is highly profitable, so it's about 15%. So this involves the investment in energy efficiency, renewable energy, electrical vehicle, and they actually 50% of this investment is marginally profitable. And there are actually some investment that involve a higher cost, which require the intervention from the government. So from this study, we actually found out that to achieve the long-term strategy for carbon neutrality is going to have economic benefits of about 2.8%. And in this sense, they also adaptable co-benefit as well. I want to give example is that when we invest more in energy efficiency, it's not just only to reduce the spending of the user, but it also reduces the requirement for the utility of the government to spend more on building more factory to produce the electricity as well. And beside that, there's also a social environmental benefit, which is about 4%. So from that, we also have the benefit of job creation as well. So these two models, as a summary, is that we have the model to see the impact on economic growth. And this model, we can see that on top of providing information of how we can reduce the climate change, but we can grab the opportunity on this investment that I showed earlier as well. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Buna, for that. And we know that these estimates, that actually these models grossly underestimate the impact on GDP. So really important to just keep in mind that these are really underestimates in a way, but really credible, creditable really how much Cambodia has taken this kind of risk-informed perspective to heart and shown the benefits of investing in adaptation and mitigation in that regard. So we're going to go one step further now, zoom out a bit into looking at a whole series of risk metrics and a wider variety of ways in which climate change affects economic growth and should be really terrifying ministries of finance if they're not already terrified. So over to Dr. Matthew Agarwala. He leads the Bennett Institute for Public Policy's Wealth Economy Project, and he'll tell you a little bit about what the Wealth Economy Project is a little bit later. At the University of Cambridge, he's also a member of the Productivity Institute. His research interests include wealth accounting, natural and social capital, economic measurement, green finance, productivity, and the economics of well-being. Over to you, Matthew.
Well, thank you very much, Radhika, for that kind introduction and for the opportunity to be here today. I didn't realize I was going to get an economic model today, so thank you for that, Mr. Buna. So I'm going to speak to you today about three things: wealth, credit, and nature-related risk. And I'm going to start by challenging the predominant economic model that we have faced over the past 100 years, despite the fact that it has brought about growth and prosperity and increased living standards and access to education in all parts of the world. That model of GDP growth that we have followed over the past century is bearing different gifts today in the 21st century. 1.5 trillion tons of CO2 released into the atmosphere, 1 million species pushed to the brink of extinction, and a widening gap, greater inequality across multiple dimensions. These three, the climate crisis, the biodiversity crisis, the inequality crisis that we face, have the capacity to wipe out a century worth of economic gain. So we need a new economic model. Now, there are two versions of this talk. There's one with about 15 or 20 slides of calculus, or you can have the picture of the pie. The way that I like to describe this model is using the picture of the pie. Basically, imagine that you are running a bakery. The size of the pie that you can produce in the future depends on the stock of ingredients in your pantry. Run out of ingredients, and tomorrow's pie is necessarily smaller. It turns out, after 70 years of advanced mathematics from economists far better than I am, the economy operates in exactly the same way, except that the core ingredients of economic prosperity are not milk and butter and eggs. They are capital assets, broadly defined. They are natural capital, a stable climate system, healthy ecosystems, water that is safe to drink and air that is safe to breathe, are natural capital. Human capital, which we know of as the skills of the population, but crucially must also include its health. So it's the health and skills of the population. We have just seen how important labor productivity is to the model. That's not unique just to this model. That's verified around the world in all economic models. Labor productivity is absolutely critical to growth. It includes our physical infrastructure, which must be fit not just for the present, but these are long-lived assets. Our physical infrastructure, the investments that we make today shape the world that we leave for the next generation. Those must be low carbon and climate resilient. We have to lead through those investments. And our social capital, the stock of trust that we have in each other, in governments and in businesses, the ability of communities to work together to overcome collective action problems. This is a critical but often overlooked economic asset. It determines how much we have to waste on defensive expenditures. And so the model of growth that we have had, which is focused exclusively on GDP, the size of the pie, whilst ignoring what is going on in the pantry, our inclusive wealth, our portfolio of assets, is no longer fit for the 21st century. So I am unashamedly a pro-growth economist. But growth of what? Not just GDP, but the pantry, our inclusive wealth, the portfolio of natural, human, social, and physical infrastructure. Combined, this portfolio determines what is possible in an economy, not just today, but long-term into the future. And if you can accept this, now we can start thinking about how this affects risk and how it affects credit. And so that's where I'm going to move now. All of these assets, they're all capital. They persist through time, like any capital asset. And as we all know, you're better economists than I am, you work in the real world of finance and economics and financial policy. All capital is a claim on the future. The value of any asset, the value of any stock today, is just the net present value of the future flow of benefits it generates. All capital is by definition forward-looking. And yet the standard approach to measuring risk is backwards-looking. We look at a few years of recent data, say, oh, there's been some storms here, there's been a fire there, this much is at risk, that might be what we see in the future. But the strongest signal that we get from the climate science, from the ecological science, from the oceanographic science, is that the future will not be like the past. And so if we are looking backwards, we will never see what's coming down the pipeline in front of us. You cannot build forward if you're constantly looking backwards. We need risk metrics that, instead of using just past data, are building in risks that the scientific models are telling us we're going to face. They have to be forward-looking. The difference here is the difference between getting a diagnosis from your doctor beforehand when you can do something about it, or waiting until the autopsy report afterwards. It would be much better to have that diagnosis for the economy and tell us about the risks in advance. And so my team at Cambridge, with a couple of others, including Dr. Klusak, who's here, at the University of East Anglia, developed the world's first climate-smart sovereign credit rating that factors in future-looking climate risks. And then we did it for biodiversity as well. And so I'm going to show you those results now. On the climate side, we modeled two different climate scenarios. One, we meet the Paris Agreement. There's no more than 2 degrees warming. The other, this is the doom and gloom scenario, runaway climate change. And on the biodiversity side, we modeled 2 scenarios as well. Business as usual, which is not good, right? Business as usual is a downward trend in biodiversity around the world. And then we also modeled a partial collapse, a tipping point. What happens if tropical timber, wild pollination services, and marine fisheries reach an ecological tipping point and they collapse? And I'll show you those results. There's details in the model that I don't have time to go through today. What I'm showing you here is the change in the sovereign credit rating by country by 2100 under a high climate scenario, a high warming scenario. This is on a 20-notch scale where AAA is 20, 10 is the break between investment grade above and speculative below. And what we see here is that this region doesn't escape. We see catastrophic downgrades across much of the region. And what happens when we have a downgrade in the sovereign rating? Well, there are spillover effects onto the cost of borrowing, onto the cost of corporate borrowing, impacts on the financial system as well. Now I'm going to switch to biodiversity loss. And we see, again, catastrophic downgrades if we have this tipping point where timber, marine fisheries, and pollinators collapse. This puts countries out of the category of investment-grade bonds. We can see what happens to the impact on the probability of default. For some countries, we're talking a tripling or quadrupling of the likelihood of sovereign default. That would be absolutely catastrophic. These are the costs that we would face if we fail to invest in the mitigation and if we fail to invest in the adaptation that could prevent these coming down the line. And what does it mean for the bottom line? I know that we have people from Treasuries here, so it's tax, borrow, spend. I'm familiar with the fiscal triangle. We can calculate how much these downgrades would increase the annual interest payment on sovereign debt. And we're talking billions across the region. In the United States even, we're talking a 25% increase in the annual interest payment on outstanding Treasury bills. So if you're a fiscal hawk, you have no choice but to care about climate change and investing in inclusive wealth, that pantry of assets. If you are a growth economist, you have no choice but to care about biodiversity and climate change, the effect on air quality, their effect on labor productivity through health. No matter what kind of economist you are, you cannot escape the fact that we have a portfolio of assets, inclusive wealth. It's our natural, human, social, and physical capital. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matthew. You could see why I was saying that ministries of finance and the rest of us should be terrified, right? We've already seen what's happening to sovereign ratings now with the increases in interest and all the other instabilities in the financial markets. Now factor in climate change here and now, and it's actually genuinely terrifying. And it's actually beyond just what a country can do. So the whole need for really collective action in this sphere, I think is absolutely clear. So a quick round of follow-up questions, and then over to you to ask your questions from the panel. So first turning to you, Alberto, what do you see as the low-hanging fruit? I mean, not every country can do a debt for climate swap. There are some quite specific requirements. Tell us where you think this could work and why you're putting emphasis on this right now. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, therefore climate swaps is not for every country. Has to be countries that have a very complicated situation in debt. We have more and more of these countries now as we speak. One important thing about debt for climate swaps, you cannot consider it as a separate thing from sustainable finance. Because at the end of the day, the investments that need to be put in place are very similar to what you would do with a blue bond or a green bond or something like that, right? So to me, it's very important, as a message that countries need to continue developing their financial systems and capability to access sustainable finance. But countries that are in difficult situation, we can cite, of course, Sri Lanka at the moment, Pakistan possibly, they need to consider this option. Because, and again, I would like to emphasize, this is not a fight between debtors and creditors. It should be a collaborative effort, right? Should be a way to find a solution. Because creditors are also not going to benefit if the country gets much more in debt and winds up in a bad crisis. So I think there's a scope, for moving forward. And I don't know how much time, but I would like to mention that in the last few years, there has been a lot of progress in the debt for climate swaps. Particularly, the Nature Conservancy has implemented programs in Belize and Seychelles, and 2 weeks ago also in Barbados. And these are not small programs. The one in Belize was basically Belize retired a debt, a bond, that was around $500 million, and that was close to 30% of the country's GDP. It's a big commitment. So the way it works is basically reduction on the debt, either by buying back some debt or by negotiating some reduction of the debt under the commitment of investing in something that is valuable. In the case of the Nature Conservancy programs, of course, that was ocean conservation, which in a way is probably one of the easiest thing to do because it doesn't require a lot of capital investment, right? It's just allocation of funding for conservation activities. So that is an advantage. So I would say that there's a good possibility, there is expertise, but again, I would like to emphasize that it's very important also that the actual investment, what is done with the money that is saved from the swaps, needs to be invested very carefully. You know, in the case of the Nature Conservancy, they are also providing technical support, so that's an angle that is quite important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alberto. And now over to Mr. Buna. If you were looking at Cambodia's experience, what's the one thing you would really emphasize to other countries' representatives sitting in this room? And also, how do you see Cambodia getting more resources really for its NDCs and long-term strategies? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. Actually, for Cambodia, is probably similar to other developed countries that in accessing the climate finance, it's a challenge. If we are a developed country, it may be easier. So I just want to share some of the thoughts on how to generate more finance to mitigate and adopt the climate change. Actually, the source of finance, it comes through two main things. One is public expenditure, another one is private expenditure. The public expenditure, of course, there are two. One is domestically financed expenditure, another one through donor, which is externally financed expenditure, another one is private expenditure. First one, from the government budget, of course, particularly for Cambodia, we have actually increased the share significantly year by year. So up until now, as I presented before, it's about 2.3% of the total GDP. So in order to increase this, of course, we need to have strengthening on the institutional capacity. Because in accessing the climate fund, it needs a proper procedure and knowledge as well. And in this sense, we also need to have a technical expert to understand this by preparing a framework to understand the risk and also understand how the budget formulation to get more fund from the climate change. Through the externally finance expenditure, which is the source of income, the source of finance, we need to, actually I see that to get the green finance climate, GCF, green climate finance, it usually takes time to get the fund, especially from developing country, because it has to have accredited entity to access the fund. So it is suggested to shorten the process as well as the approval process so that developing country can get this fund in an urgent manner. Because reacting to climate change, it cannot be wait until 2 to 3 or 5 years to get the fund. So the process of getting this fund should be shortened, also simplified as well. So this is through the public expenditure. The second channel is the private investment. Particularly for Cambodia, actually they are very minimal of the participation from the private sector. To get from that, of course, we need to have a clear infrastructure to reduce the risk that involved in the project. Because the private sector, they need to see information. If there are too much of information asymmetry, the private sector will never invest in that. So we need to have a clear information exposed to private sector to understand this, and then they can invest more. And on top of this, there should be an alternative financing mechanism as well. For example, like public-private partnership, PPP, there should be a blend of private and private sector to de-risk the investment project so that the fund can go through the investment project. Also, there should be a bond as well. Cambodia has just issued sovereign bond, so in the future, it could be a further direction to issue the green bond as well. And other things that the government can do, such as the incentivize more of the tax incentive for the private sector, like, for example, the investment on energy efficiency, the EV, and other climate change-related projects. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me turn quickly to Matthew and then over to you. So, given the kind of perspective you've laid out, Matthew, and the whole idea of looking at all these different capitals together with their interaction, do you find it having an impact on policymakers, or what is the one message you would like to convey to people to take this more seriously? Because I think for too long, we've assumed that natural capital is like productive capital. It can just simply be produced at will, right? We don't have the sense of really what it means to consider planetary limits. So tell a minister of finance or colleagues in the finance ministry why this is important and why they need to act now.
Well, big question. I'll try to give a brief answer. If you work in a finance ministry, you should be used to managing capital, to investing in capital, to maintaining it. This is just an extension of that. These are assets. They persist through time. They generate flows of benefits year in, year out. The difference between natural capital and produced capital is that if we let it, natural capital will even invest in itself. It will regenerate over time. We just have to let it do that. It's a freebie. These are assets. It's capital. We have to think of it in this manner.
Great. Thank you very much. Now, over to you for your questions. I don't know if there's someone going around with a mic. Sorry. Yes. And while we're waiting, we're going to turn it to Julia.
Yes, I just wanted to add a few words on the Cambodia case from the UN perspective and our journey in terms of influencing the political agenda to integrate climate change in the various economic policies. One of the points I wanted to emphasize, and I think Udom mentioned it, is on the models, it can get very complicated, very sophisticated. You have many institutions out there trying to model what's going to happen. But in the case of Cambodia, the crucial point was more, it was not the sophistication of the model, it was the ownership and the fact that the government wanted to understand how things were modeled. And also in a country like Cambodia, where there are some data availability issues, the government felt like, some of these figures out there came out of a black box a little bit, and they didn't understand where this came from, so they didn't want to have an economic policy based on that. So part of the exercise was to go with a more simplified model, but something that was more transparent and that the government fully understood, and also recognizing that there are many uncertainties still out there. So being very sophisticated and trying to go down to every little detail, then you make a lot of assumptions. And the more sophisticated model, at least in our experience, is not necessarily more reliable than the more simple one. And so in terms of providing policy directions, this simplified model already gave a sense to the Ministry of Economy and Finance, I think, of what some of the key gaps were. For example, this issue of labor productivity and impacts of rising temperatures on the health of workers. This is something that goes below the radar in many countries because it's not as striking as a flood or a drought or, So we tend to look at the disaster side of things, which is very important, but those kind of silent more impacts of climate change tend to be underestimated. So that model helped the Cambodian, as Udom mentioned, helped highlight that. Another point I wanted to mention is we used to have these discussions on trade-offs, kind of long-term investment, short-term investments with governments. And in Cambodia, this was the case still a few years ago, where people thought, okay, climate change, it's a long-term thing. So, if I'm a politician, there's trade-offs there. Am I going to invest in the short term, in the long term? And it was a difficult advocacy act for us. But I think from my experience, at least with the Cambodian government now, and with all the catastrophes we're seeing, we've seen in the past few years, I think that debate is not really happening anymore. Like climate change is seen as a very real issue that's affecting us now. So that's a good news in a way. So it also helped us to get the issue on the agenda. For the mitigation side, I would say also that the COVID crisis provided an opportunity to reset the thinking a little bit. And with green economy being seen as a potentially a driver of future growth, then we've also seen a change in the government perspective on this. And so low carbon investments now really feature very prominently in the COVID economic recovery strategy. And there's also been a lot of pressure from the private sector. We've had big investors in Cambodia actually, write to the Minister of Finance about this. So the need for green value chains and how not investing in this would be a problem for Cambodia to attract investments in the future. And lastly, from the UN perspective, looking forward from the UNDP side, where I think I see some opportunities for future involvement. So one is on the capacity development side. In countries like Cambodia, still an LDC for a few years, but so with capacity gaps, all these new instruments we've discussed, the debt swaps, green bonds, gradually maybe having more developed financial markets, all of this, it's a huge learning curve. So there's a lot of work to be done there, especially in the public sector, to understand these instruments and to develop the capacities in the public sector to fully use that potential. And also I think for us as UN, the inclusion agenda is very important. So also looking at this issue of leaving no one behind, making sure that we are, with these tools, we're also reaching the most vulnerable people who have been affected by all these crises we've mentioned, and on top of that are also very vulnerable to climate change. So I think there's also a big agenda there for us to look at the distribution issues and inclusion issues. So yeah, these are the few points I wanted to mention from our perspective. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Julien. Yeah, and could you please tell us who you are when you ask your question? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Sunil from India. First of all, very thankful for the insightful presentations by Alberto, Matthew, as well as Buma. I have a specific question directed to Alberto. Climate change is an issue. I do agree. Now with the till the time when the rates were down, everything was fine. Now with the US trying to take off on the path of increasing the interest rates, now from your experience or from the study what you carried out, what do you feel is needed for a country to create in terms of infrastructure to attract money? Because the moment US has started increasing interest rates, you're a flight to safety kind of phenomenon. And on the other side, you have developing economies who are trying to look for this kind of money. So what are the basic things which are required? Or is there at all a basic kind of requirement which a country needs to put in place? And if so, can't countries or some international organizations work on trying to create that kind of a framework? So what happens in the process is when you have that basic framework in place, the investor need not look into the investing specific entity. Just wanted your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Yeah, when it comes to what to do about the increase in global interest rates, I think that what is important is you need to also to work on the development of the domestic capital markets, right? There is depends, of course, on the monetary and exchange rate policies. It's not always the case that they are directly connected, that an increase in the international interest rates immediately will translate into the domestic, right? There is, of course, a connection, but monetary authorities have some leeway, some power to minimize that connection. So it's very important for that reason, from the point of view of the transmission of the international interest rates increases, but also countries that were most successful, I think, in the region in issuing green bonds or these sustainable finance products were countries who actually developed their domestic capital markets. Now, I'm thinking a lot about Southeast Asia. And when they issue these instruments, I think that the majority of the financing comes from the domestic market. And the international market is an addition. So I would say, I would recommend that point. Of course, it's not an easy, requires some time and work, but I think that's an important point. Thank you.
Thanks. Over to Vagisha here.
Sorry. So there was another question.
Is there another hand?
Thank you. This is also for Alberto. You spoke about debt for nature swaps, and you gave the example of the Nature Conservancy, and they oftentimes work with Credit Suisse on debt restructuring, as was the case in Belize recently. And I know this can be explored bilaterally as well, but what would it take for the biggest creditors in the world, like BlackRock, for example, to take an interest in a debt for nature swap? I'm coming from Sri Lanka, and 48% of our external debt is ISBs, and companies like BlackRock, they own most of our debt, and so far they have not taken an interest in debt for nature swap. They just want vanilla solutions. So my question is, how should the global financial architecture change in order to get the big players on board for debt for nature swaps? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, an important point of debt for climate swaps, it depends a lot, of course, on the creditors, And I think that the success of the case of Belize and also Barbados recently is that the debt that was reduced was basically with the private bondholders, right? So this is no politics, it's just a market transaction. The debt in the case of Belize was trading way below par, and the bondholders were happy to get a deal only 55 cents to the dollar. So, and that created a lot of savings to the government, right? When it comes to dealing with sovereign creditors, it's much more complicated. That was the case of Seychelles. That finally there was a deal in 2018, but it took many years to negotiate it, and it was complex. And the amount was not as much, it was around $21 million. So when you're mentioning it's a private company, right, that is the creditor you mentioned, that's, I don't think there is experience in debt for climate swap dealing with private companies, and probably it's more complicated. But given the current situation in Sri Lanka, being in default at the moment, and the IMF is, saying you first negotiate with your creditors, because your debt is unsustainable. Is that really an urgency to get to go to the table and try to come to a solution, right? So, of course, it's not easy, but I think that it's important to try to bring on board all the creditors and to come to some resolution. Now, in a crisis situation like Sri Lanka, a debt for climate swap might not be easy because it requires a lot of preparation. You need to know what projects you want to invest the money. At the moment, the urgency is to have a restructuring of the debt, right? But nonetheless, I think that it's important to keep an open mind, because maybe this is not the right moment, or maybe perhaps some portion of the renegotiation can be allocated to a swap, right? But it's still important to keep this option in mind. And I also would like to say that I mentioned a lot the Nature Conservancy. I mean, there's no in particular affiliation between UN and TNC, but we work with them and they are very good. But you can go beyond ocean conservation. I mean, the debt for climate swap can be applied to any particular area of sustainability that is of interest to the country and also to the creditors, right? And one very, interesting idea that came up recently is from scholars working on the debt renegotiation area. is that, well, there are these, the sustainability link bonds, right? So a debt renegotiation can be, a renegotiation in general is an exchange of debt, right? It's one type of bond that cannot be paid for another bond that has a lower coupon, maybe a haircut on the principal. So it's an exchange of bonds. So why not exchanging debt that is currently unsustainable for a new bond that has a sustainability link element, right? That is something that is possible, and this can go beyond nature conservation. It can go to renewable energy. It can go to any needs of the country. Sri Lanka, like any other countries, you have plans for where to invest for climate, in coming years. So it's not that there is nothing there. So I think there is good potential, but it's something that needs to be kept, in mind and in the radar of the policymakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we take the 2 questions on this table?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I'm Sabir Chaudhry. I'm a member of parliament from Bangladesh. I was listening to what Alberto had to say and also very intrigued by Matthew's insights. So basically where we are at, we are halfway through the UN processes, whether it's the SDG or the Sendai framework. And we are not doing well. I think in terms of SDGs, it's going to take another 30 years if we are on the current trajectory to meet those goals. So that means it will take us 45 years, where we thought it would take us 15. And in the meantime, the situation will get even worse. If you look at risk, purely from a natural hazard point of view, risk creation is far outpacing risk mitigation. So the current system simply is not working. All of our discussions today so far have focused on what individual countries can do. But don't you think it's time that we rethink that global environment? We almost have to reimagine development. We have to redefine growth. And so what would be your advice to governments who are looking at it in terms of a total context? Thank you.
Can we take the question here too? You have the mic behind you? You have the mic on the table?
Thank you. Already some discussions have taken place about debt for climate swap. Paul Steele, sitting on my right, also did some study. I myself have done some study on debt for adaptation swap, including many other now articles you have. Now this challenge is, for the last 30 years it didn't work well, but the recent examples in Belize or Seychelles you have mentioned with a little more amounts. Earlier it didn't work because debt for nature swap involved just peanuts, few $1 million globally. Now, for example, for the last few years, IMF has been trying with some Caribbean countries for some kind of this deal, but it's not happening. What do you think? Multilateral process is very complex and cumbersome and time-consuming. What do you think if we can go for bilateral swaps, including billions of dollars, for example? Bilaterally, the things happen very quick. For example, if Bangladesh owes to UK government or to German government about $10 billion, then $2, $3, $4 billion, can be converted into local currency and for debt for adaptation swap. What is your opinion? My second question is to Matthew about the economic modeling. You have mentioned about climate change, biodiversity. The benefits of those are a little distant. But the present economic paradigm, and then we are personalized through models, looks at the present in the form of net present value because we discount the future. So how can we change this whole model of economic growth? And our parliamentary member has mentioned that we need to redefine growth in terms of development because we need to differentiate between growth and development. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Excellent questions. I'm going to comment very briefly on debt for nature swaps. You asked what countries ought to do. And I think it was a brilliant answer, but from the economics research side, there are a few things that are absolutely critical to ensuring that these things work. Trust, credibility, enforceability, and additionality. We have seen where sovereigns have tried to enter into these agreements, and then the sovereign government has changed, new administration comes in, and they take the resource and it's no longer protected. trust, credibility, enforceability, and additionality. There's also no point paying for stuff that's not going to be destroyed anyway because it was going to be fine anyway. When we come to redefining growth and what the global community needs to do, the global community is moving. The World Bank, the United Nations, they have long-running programs now on measuring and valuing inclusive wealth. The World Bank started it back in the 90s and has data going back to the 1970s for most countries. The United Nations started it with the Inclusive Wealth Report in 2012, and there should be one coming out imminently in the next couple of months. The UN Statistics Commission has developed formal, official guidance for all countries to follow to develop natural capital accounts. There are now 100 countries around the world that are already starting to implement these, and the United States government, under the Biden administration, has issued an executive order to develop natural capital accounts for the United States. There's process for this, there's precedent for this, and people are starting to build it in. But you're right, this community of developing natural capital accounts has had one fatal flaw, and I include myself in this, which is that we've operated under an if we build it, they will come model. And we built the guidelines for the accounts, and they didn't come. So what we need to do now is demonstrate the use cases. What can these accounts tell us about the world that we didn't know previously? One of these sorts of things is evidenced in the climate model, that labor productivity is actually one of the biggest factors in how climate change will impact economies. On distant benefits and our model, we should redefine growth in terms of that pantry, those assets. Not just growth of the pie, but growth of the core stock, that portfolio of assets that determine what's possible in an economy. It's inclusive wealth. The idea for this came from Professor Sir Partha Dasgupta, who I'm delighted to say is my Cambridge colleague. It was commissioned, his report on the economics of biodiversity was commissioned by the Treasury, not the Environment Department, but the Treasury. Treasury departments are starting to wake up to the fact that countries should have balance sheets because governments must manage the wealth of the nation. If they do not have the balance sheet, if they don't know what's going on in their natural capital, their human capital, their social capital, then they cannot manage the portfolio. There's no investor in the world who would allow a manager to tie one hand behind their back and ignore an entire asset class. Yet governments do it day in, day out.
I think it's been a very rich discussion, but we now need to bring it to a close. And thanks to all the panelists for a lot of very rich insights. I just want to add 2 or 3 quick points, I think, to the issues that were raised. It's very difficult for any one country to think, and maybe if it's a big country, they can say, they can rely on the diaspora, they can come up with different financial products to basically still attract capital. But when there is a flight of capital, it's affecting the whole region to greater or lesser extent. And it's very difficult to stop that. So we need, in some sense, collective action. It goes back to that, much greater thinking around what are the tools, the metrics that we use in this kind of context to deal with that. But there's also a role for innovation. You look at Barbados, which has just come out with another swap, a blue bond. But what they've done is to build in not just hurricane clauses, which they had before, but basically a pandemic clause. Now, if you had had a pandemic clause whereby you could miss or postpone up to two payments or twice over the course of a few years, imagine how much space it would have given all the countries. Very few countries in the region were actually able to benefit from the debt suspension initiative because it was aimed at low-income countries. But something like this, a clause, would have helped middle-income countries, those taking on debt during the pandemic. So I think we constantly need to look at these kinds of opportunities and not put all our eggs in one basket, whether it's debt for nature swap or other things which are complicated. Otherwise, we'd see a lot more. But also keep in mind the need to think about new metrics. It's going to become increasingly required. by financial institutions, others, to start factoring in this risk and call for reporting, whether it's from government or private sector, to say, how are you dealing with your climate risk? And I think we'll hear more about this from our colleagues from the IMF later on. So, and these issues will be also picked up during the working group sessions, the breakout sessions later on tomorrow and day after. So we look forward to really continuing the discussion, and thanks once again to all our colleagues on the dais. Thank you.
We are slightly late, so we'll hurry up on this session. My name is Vivek Mishra. I am a regional public finance specialist, part of the SDG Finance and the Climate Finance Network team.
And good morning, everybody. My name's Paul Steele. I'm Chief Economist at the International Institute for Environment and Development. But before that, I was working for UNDP, based here in Bangkok, so it's great to be back here with some old colleagues.
And we have Shahnaz online. Hi, Shahnaz.
Hello, morning everyone. I'm Shahnaz Pullman, and I've been working with this team on developing the report.
Excellent, thank you. So just a quick introduction to this. This is a global climate public finance review. This was commissioned by the UNDP, and it was undertaken by IIED, the International Institute for Environment and Development. And we are going to take you through some of the key findings and recommendations about the study. But over to you, Shahnaz, to start off.
Great, thank you so much, Vivek. So good afternoon and good morning where I am. It's 7 a.m. And welcome to the special launch event for the Global Climate Public Finance Review. If we could have the first slide up, please. I'm going to start with the objectives of the review and the methodology applied. I will then hand you back over to Vivek, who will provide you with an outline of the key findings. And then finally to my colleague Paul, who will provide you with an overview of the lessons learned and recommendations. Next slide, please. So the objectives of the review are to provide a stock take of the approaches, tools, and methodologies applied to mainstream climate change into public financial management systems. This experience has provided important lessons which have led to a set of recommendations aimed at strengthening climate responsive budgeting. So the report is intended for an audience of government officials, in particular ministries of finance, ministries of planning, ministries of environment, and other officials involved in climate responsive budgeting. It is also designed for development partners and practitioners working in this area. So we make use of an adapted version of the Green PFM framework developed by the IMF. And this is used to structure and analyze the stocktake. It covers the gradual integration of climate change into all 4 stages of the budget cycle, including strategic planning and fiscal framework, budget preparation and approval, budget execution and accounting, control and audit. And this whole system is anchored by a legal framework. So the stocktake is focused on the national budget and includes other important climate policy and PFM interfaces such as carbon pricing, debt instruments, and off-budget expenditure. So a comprehensive desk review was conducted, and this was complemented by regional consultations with government officials, development partners, and practitioners working in this area. And we had over 130 people participate in the consultation process. So I'm now going to hand you back over to Vivek to provide some of the findings from the study.
Thank you, Shahnaz. Let's get into a quiz. Let's take some answers from the audience here. First question. How many countries have undertaken a climate, public finance, and institutional review? Any guesses? Quick. 12, 20, 31, 47? Sir. No, how many total globally? 12. Okay, the right answer is 31. Did you know that? So how many in this room from countries which have done a CPIR? Please raise hands. Okay, Nepal, Bangladesh. Okay, now let's get to the second question. How many countries have developed a climate change financing or fiscal framework across the globe? Okay, let's see. It's actually 22. It's actually 22. Last question. How many countries have introduced or piloted climate budget tagging? 8? 42. Okay. The answer is 26. Okay. So these and more you can read in this global climate finance review. What we have observed is after doing across the budget cycle, we've seen that the sequence of reforms varies from country to country. And we have artificially tried to classify them into where countries are in a preparatory state, or they are just moving, stepped up, they are moving, doing a CPIR or CCFF and then going ahead with reforms. Some countries like Nepal, Bangladesh, Cambodia, Indonesia, they've done comprehensive reforms. So they have done a portfolio. The menu of reforms is much more wider. And there are some which are climate CBT-led. So a lot of countries, like for example France and some of the European countries, are CBT-led. So that is what they do, and then they use the CBT in order to do other reforms. But if you look at the budget cycle, you'll find now there are more than 2,500 climate-specific laws across the countries, from 60 in, say, 1997 across the globe. 143 countries have some kind of climate policy, strategy, action plan in place. But if you look at most of them are executive order-led and less on the legislation. Less are 33% approximately will be acts, whereas executive orders, 2/3 of them are executive orders. If you look at the use of tools, so if you look at the CPIRs, the climate change financing frameworks, you will have the climate change budget integration index, which UNDP has shown. So these are some numbers here you can see. So 31 countries on CPIRs, 22 CCFFs, and you have climate budget integration being supported by 9 countries, and also climate PIMA, which is the IMF, that is being piloted in 11 countries. Climate change in budget circulars are increasing, but not too many. But it is increasing across different regions. Although they are being put in the budget circulars, very few countries are actually including them in MTBFs. So later on today we will see how Bangladesh has done it. And also some countries, but very few countries, are looking at public investment from a climate change angle. Climate budget tagging, as I mentioned, this is now there in 26 countries, and the majority of the CBT has been done after 2015. So you're seeing it's very, very recent, and it is becoming, and a lot of countries are showing interest. So this is perhaps the most popular reform when you come to talk about climate public finance. And there are both manual and those that are linked with the IFMIS, with the Financial Management Information System. And increasingly, countries are looking at ways to align the CBT within the FMIS. So we will be working with Maldives now in order to do that. And a few countries now are also looking at the subnational level now. So Nepal, for example, Bangladesh, for example. So they're looking at subnational implementation of the climate budget tagging. If you look at advocacy and transparency, the PFM cycle, a lot of reforms are happening at the upstream level, which is planning, budgeting, tagging. Tagging comes midway, but what's the downstream PFM issues are much less evident. So reporting, monitoring, tracking. So you see less of examples of countries who are actually publishing climate expenditure related reports. But yes, there is increasing uptake. So you are looking at parliamentarians' handbooks for them. You're looking at climate performance audits now that is pioneered in Bangladesh, and now again other countries are looking to do that as well. But there is increasing interest. And finally, the report also touched upon other thematic areas that interface with the public financial management system. So for example, we found that national, subnational level, the investment is much less than 10% of the climate finance from global climate funds actually goes to subnational level. We looked at carbon pricing. Now it's operational in 27 countries. The emission trading systems are 8 national. If you take out the EU regional one, there are 8 other national ETS schemes. But the carbon price is much lower. So as compared to the average, as compared to what is the recommended price, is much lower, the carbon pricing. And sovereign bonds, we are seeing about 30 odd countries, largely in Europe and Latin America, but increasing interest in Asia Pacific and in Africa. So I leave the recommendations and lessons learned to Paul.
Great, thanks. So now we move from the stock take to the recommendations for the future. So those of you, some of you have in this room have been in this, it's been a long haul, it's been going on for over a decade in some countries. So how can we learn from what's going on and how can we move ahead? First of all, as you've seen, there's great diversity in what countries are doing. We've heard from Shanaz at the beginning that entry points throughout the budget cycle are important, but that there's been less progress on the downstream processes of accounting and control and audit. We've all heard, and this has been stressed throughout the morning sessions, that Ministry of Finance needs to be in the lead, but obviously we need support and expertise from Ministries of Environment or Climate Change, those of you who are from those ministries in the room. And interestingly, despite all the investment that's been going into this area, we've still got very limited evidence of what the impacts of these reforms have been. So it would be interesting, maybe if we have a chance later on in the breakouts to have a discussion, have these really been impacting your expenditure and other policy decisions, these processes? Then in terms of general recommendations, countries should seek to make budgets fully climate responsive. We've seen the marked increase in the pace of reforms, as Vivek has demonstrated. and we need to make sure that these are implemented and merged with mainstream public financial management reforms. And then general consensus is that there should be a definition of a climate finance, what climate finance means, because as some of you who've been involved in expenditure reviews will know, that's often a challenge, but there is now a global effort to define what's called a global climate finance goal. We need to have practices to avoid greenwashing when people decide what's climate expenditure, and then we need to link up tagging with key performance indicators in the different planning processes for climate change. Then in terms of the enabling environment, we need to have continuous capacity building. Some of you have been here for the last decade having these discussions. Many of you have joined relatively new to these engagements. So we have to have continuous capacity building for finance ministries, for ministries of environment, and for line ministries, civil society like we have here, the Member of Parliament from Bangladesh, who are also so key, and also civil society groups who are here also need to be engaged in this. In terms of the planning and fiscal framework, we need to strengthen the link between the nationally determined contributions and the long-term strategies with financing scenarios. Many countries have these NDCs and LTSs, but they're not properly costed, and we don't know what their link is to the budget. And also, by the same token, climate needs to be linked to the national development strategy. Most of you have already done that in your country. Finally, we need to have climate evaluations every few years, such as using CPIRs to assess progress. In terms of budget preparation, we've heard about the importance of budget submissions and the fact that some countries have them, but not all of them. We've heard about medium-term expenditure approaches, and then also climate-sensitive cost-benefit analysis and options appraisal tools need to be used. In terms of budget execution and reporting, tagging needs to be integrated into program budgeting reforms, those of you who have program budgeting. We need to have routine climate budget tagging on actual expenditure, not just predicted expenditure. And then we need to include it into the procurement cycle, which is often a new process. And finally, this is the last slide, in terms of control and audit, this is something where very few countries have actually made progress. To look at ex-ante legislative scrutiny. Are your parliaments and civil society groups using the data being generated to hold government accountable? Are the supreme audit authorities, I think we have someone here from Bangladesh, from the Supreme Audit Authorities, are you doing climate audits? And then are civil society groups using this data to really hold government account? So as you can see, there's a whole lot of recommendations for how you can build on the rich foundation you've already laid. Thank you very much.
You can access the report from the UNDP website, as well as it's also uploaded in your flash drives. This we can treat as the official launch of this report. Any questions? We are happy to take questions. You will see there are a lot of examples there, case studies in the report, so it's a very rich source of information. We would recommend you to please see and read the report at your own leisure. We can break for lunch now. Yeah, question, please.
Thank you. Just a very quick question. You have listed what needs to be done, but the question how? How do we do what we need to do? In the actual document, are there instances of how this has been actually delivered? Because I feel that's really where the challenge is. And at the end of the day, it's of course a governance challenge. Governance is not what we do, it's how we do what we want to do. So any advice on the how, please?
Well, maybe we can invite Shanaz to comment. Are you okay being put on the spot, Shanaz?
Shanaz?
Yes, sure. So the report does have lots of different examples, including the processes countries followed. In particular, we provide 3 country examples where we highlighted that they've actually managed to progress significantly in this area. So you might find that helpful. And yes, I suppose, you know, it is a challenge as to how to get there, but I think this is why peer learning and exchange, as we are doing on this platform, and as the report tries to do, is an important starting point, and also just trying to learn and work with other countries in this area. But I'll hand you back over to Paul and Vivek.
I'd just like to add here, there's a chapter on sequencing of reforms. That chapter specifically traces and gives for 3 countries, I think it's France, it's Indonesia, and Bangladesh. It traces right from year 1 to as it moves, how reforms have been. So what all did the countries do, and what is the trajectory of reforms? It just spells out. Every country differs from each other, but it just gives you, brings out the granularity of how reforms have happened in some countries. So that could be one way in which others can also learn. And as Shehnaz mentioned, I think it's a good platform, this platform itself.
Thank you. My name is Neha Kumar. I work for Climate Bonds Initiative. One of the things that you mentioned was the instruments that countries are also exploring in terms of attracting investment. And when it is climate-tagged investment, then that really, really helps. And that is the use of sustainable finance instruments like bonds, right? Now, if I were to imagine a CPIER 2.0, then you would also look at it also in terms of attracting that investment. And as we have seen that most of the sovereign issuers have been using taxonomies to tag the budget expenditures, which can be included in those issuances. So while there is a system that is already existing, it is incredibly important. I think to attract more investment, taxonomies are becoming that sort of a standard to be able to finance the right kind of expenditures, and those are climate tagged according to certain definitions that are now emerging. So how do you see going forward, what would be a 2.0 of budget, the CPIER?
Yeah, thanks. That's a great question. I mean, I think many things have obviously changed in the last decade since the CPIER got moving. One is obviously private investment has come in a huge way, partly because, frankly, governments are bankrupt in many countries in Europe and in the US, as well as in the developing world. So we need to look to the private sector much more for investment. So that's the one thing. So the name's climate public expenditure, so the focus was on the public, not so much on the incentives for private investment. And the other thing is we were looking at expenditure and we missed out on the revenue side, which I think has also been picked up by this workshop. There's a whole breakout group on revenue raising. So I think particularly the private sector and the revenue raising is what governments urgently need with, as we've heard this morning, the lack of fiscal space. So that's where we come into the debate about green bonds and blue bonds and debt for nature and climate swaps and so on. So I think a 2.0, as you put it, CPIER, would be quite a different animal, and maybe collectively that could be something coming out of this workshop.
Thank you. And we are 12:38 now. We will be reassembling here at 1:30 sharp, if that's all right. Bon appetit. please, we'll assemble after lunch.
Very Mediterranean, I'd say. You're from...
Dear participants, the lunch is on the 4th floor, not on this floor. So the lunch is on the 4th floor. earlier we were supposed to be 7. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so we are fine now. Welcome back after lunch. I hope you have had a good lunch and also tried some Thai fruits as well. So, so this session is about managing and leveraging public finance. And we were listening to some of the facts in the morning, and public finance still contributes to about 51% of the total climate finance. So while we are eager to help countries and that there are different instruments that should be explored for innovative sources of finance, but public finance still remains very important. We have speakers in this session who will talk about the regional and the global angles, and then we'll talk on what is happening at the country level, and then within the country level at the national and subnational level. So our first speaker is Delphine Moretti, who is the Regional Advisor, Public Financial Management for Southeast Asia for the International Monetary Fund. Prior to this assignment, she has served at IMF headquarters and has also worked with the OECD. So over to you, Delphine, for your session, and please feel free to use the dais.
Okay, no, I think I'm going. Yeah. Thank you, Azad. Oh, sorry. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone, and I'm delighted to be here today in Bangkok, where I am based, to attend this third regional dialogue and knowledge exchange on climate finance in Asia Pacific. It's great to meet in person again, as was said this morning, and thank you to UNDP for organizing this important event. So to start this short talk, let me say a few words about the background for this presentation, which is, as you know, a very challenging economic and fiscal outlook for the world and for the region. On the macroeconomic outlook, actually the next IMF forecast will be published in exactly 2 days. So unfortunately, the figures that you see on the screen are slightly out of date, but what I want to say and what they show is that the forecasts have been regularly revised downward over the last year, and as you know, this is due to the combined headwinds from the invasion of Ukraine, the tightening global financial conditions, as well as inflation rises, and these challenges are not over, while new ones, like the expected slowdown of external demand in the region, might emerge. So turning now to the fiscal outlook, what you can see on the left-hand chart is negative changes in primary structural balances across the region in 2020 and 2021, meaning that the region went through a short but large fiscal expansion phase during the pandemic. However, from 2023, our most recent forecast was that changes in primary structural balances would become positive again. In other words, the fiscal expansion phase is expected to be followed by a fiscal tightening one as countries aim to stabilize their debt. Now, what you can see on the right-hand chart is that despite this effort, the stabilization of debt is expected at significantly higher levels than before the pandemic, which will likely generate significant fiscal pressure as interest rates rise. And we know that these macroeconomic and fiscal challenges are happening at a time when governments also urgently need to act on climate change, as was very well explained this morning. Governments need to meet their mitigation commitments under the Paris Agreement, but also scale up their climate change adaptation efforts. Which means basically investing in new types of infrastructure and adapting existing one to climate-related natural disasters. And while mitigation commitments will rely primarily on policy instruments such as emission trading schemes, tax policies, and so on, adaptation will typically require an increase in government spending. Specifically for the region, what you can see on the slide is that at the IMF, we estimated that public investment needs for making infrastructure climate resilient are on average 3.3% of GDP annually, with Pacific Island countries having the highest public investment needs due to their coastal infrastructure, but other countries such as China, Indonesia, Japan, Laos PDR, or the Philippines having also high stocks of exposed assets. So now how to fund this spending in a fiscally sustainable manner, which is the question UNDP asked us to cover. Put simply, climate spending is fiscally sustainable where over the medium to long term, it is consistent with a government's overall spending needs, its resources constraints, and its fiscal objectives in terms of debt to GDP ratio or any other fiscal targets. In other words, climate spending has to be built in and consistent with a country's fiscal framework. And all this is because, as has been argued in the IMF Fiscal Monitor that has been published last year in October, the ability of government to spend on climate adaptation is enhanced if first, climate spending is considered as part of the broader discussion about prioritizing spending needs over the medium term across all policy areas, including education, health, and the social safety net in the face of economic challenges. And second, if governments draw their spending plans while credibly committing on rebuilding fiscal buffers over the medium term and maintaining fiscal sustainability with a transparent set of fiscal objectives. So what countries need is first reliable macroeconomic and fiscal forecasts, realistic spending projections laid out in a medium-term fiscal or budget framework, or both. Second, well-designed fiscal rules. And third, independent oversight by an independent fiscal institution on how the fiscal framework operates. What I would like to underline today is that in the region, countries still have a way to go in this area. What you can see on this slide is the result of a recent IMF internal survey on fiscal frameworks in Asia and the Pacific, and this has shown that if almost 2/3 of countries had numerical fiscal rules prior to the pandemic, medium-term fiscal frameworks and medium-term budget frameworks were not that commonly found in the region, and independent oversight of fiscal plans was even rarer. And even in these countries where components of sound fiscal frameworks were in place prior to the pandemic, there were some efficiency issues sometimes, and also in many cases the fiscal rules and the medium-term fiscal plans have been suspended during the pandemic, which rightly allowed government's fiscal policy support, but now it generates uncertainties as to how and when fiscal frameworks will resume. So reforms to strengthen fiscal frameworks are needed, but not only. And another reform effort in the region that is probably needed is the introduction or the further development in some cases of green PFM practices, as was underlined by UNDP colleagues this morning. It was mentioned during the last presentation before lunch that green PFM is defined by the IMF as the integration of climate or environmental friendly perspective into all stages of the government budget cycle, to make sure that climate policies are systematically considered at each step of fiscal decision making and budget implementation. So as I talk about fiscally sustainable climate spending, what's important when you consider a green PFM approach is that when you're looking at the fiscal planning stage of the budget, the green PFM approach involves, among other things, that a country's medium-term fiscal framework serves explicitly as an interface between the national climate adaptation plan on the one hand and with the national revenue spending and financing forecast on the other hand, allowing to identify realistically and transparently resource reallocation needs or financing gaps. And to do this, countries need an effective fiscal framework, which I already mentioned, but they also need to develop and fully cost their national climate adaptation plans, which several countries around the world and in the region have not done yet. So let me turn now to the last point that I'd like to make during this presentation, which is about revenue mobilization. Along with medium-term fiscal planning, successful revenue mobilization will be needed for fiscally sustainable climate spending in coming years, as we all know. And the two macro-critical issues for many governments going forward will be to raise tax revenues and gaining access to climate finance. On this, first, let me mention that the IMF has highlighted large variations in tax ratios within emerging markets and low-income economies, suggesting room for higher taxation. And some countries have actually succeeded in increasing their tax ratios in recent years and brought their tax revenues close to or above 15% of GDP using VAT, excise taxes, or progressive personal income tax. Second, on increasing access to climate finance in the form of grants or concessional loans, let me just underline that a recent IMF paper made the point that the climate finance landscape is complex with many players, different governance models, size and eligibility criteria, which obviously complicates access. And this paper, which is focused on Pacific Island countries, highlighted low accreditation rates for direct access to climate finance, and where accreditation is granted, disbursement of funds yet to occur in many cases. So there are many reasons for this situation, which I don't have the time to discuss, but there will be a session dedicated to this. But what I want to underline today, and that this graph, which I hope you can read, is showing, is that green public financial management, including the tagging of green expenditure and green public investment management, are some of the tools that countries need to adopt to demonstrate their capacities in managing climate funds, gain easier access to them, and importantly, spend these resources efficiently. So let me conclude that green PFM reforms are important, first because they support effective fiscal planning for climate spending, and also because they increase the probabilities of access to climate finance, and therefore they are definitely an important part of the solution to the highly complex climate spending fiscal sustainability equation. I will stop here with just this slide that is showing all the papers that I mentioned during this short presentation. And I also want to use this opportunity for saying that the next IMF economic and fiscal forecast will be published and presented in 2 days. So you're, of course, very welcome to connect. And there will be a discussion of climate policies and their impact on the economy and inflation, and how to well design these climate policies, specifically a chapter dedicated to that in the next World Economic Outlook. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delphine. That was really very, very clear. Because this is becoming a complex issue in the wake of what we heard in the morning about the narrowing fiscal space and the challenges that different countries face in terms of debt and other issues. So macroeconomic fiscal forecasts, and I mean also thanks for raising this angle of revenue, which alongside with the expenditure management is extremely important. So we will now move on to Suzanne Albrecht, who is working as an advisor with UNDP on climate finance. And she has also earlier worked with UNEP and the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation. So she will speak on mobilizing public finance for climate action, and will also highlight some of the instruments that the UNDP has been supporting. So over to you, Suzanne.
Oh, this is something else. Yeah, can we get the right presentation? This is the one. Thanks a lot. I think I'll stand here. I'll build on what my previous speaker was introducing, and thank you, Assad and all colleagues, for having me here. My name is Susanne Olbrich. I work with the UNDP Global Team in New York. And just building on what my previous presenter was highlighting, obviously, obviously finance is key when it comes to implementing any steps and implementing anything that was agreed in the nationally determined contributions. And UNDP has been supporting countries to revise and implement these national climate targets, and UNDP has been doing this through a number of different interventions and programs and initiatives. And many of them come together under what we call the climate promise. And we have heard already during this morning a number of different examples from countries of how they have been doing this, and I now decided to structure my presentation in a different way. I decided to structure it along the different types of support that UNDP is providing. Can we go to the next, please? Thank you. Right. So the idea really is that, of course, in the climate finance world and at UNDP, as you will have noticed, we love acronyms. So I would like, with my intervention, to really shed some light on the alphabet soup that we often have to navigate when it comes to all these different approaches that countries can apply in dealing with climate finance questions. And you will see, and you will also know already, that there is quite a range of different approaches, methodologies around to assist countries address different aspects of coming to terms with climate finance, of mobilizing climate finance, of allocating climate finance. And I want to provide an introduction, shed some light on the key different approaches and methodologies so that you can make an informed decision and a smart decision on which to use, depending on what the question is that you would like to address. And I think first and foremost is that, of course, when we talk about climate finance, this is not happening in isolation. Of course, the climate finance tools are about allocating existing funding in a better way. It's about mobilizing additional funding. It's about moving from planning to implementation and tracking and monitoring implementation. But of course, it links to so much of the further work that is relevant within countries, like green bonds, the coalition of finance ministers, we heard it this morning, internationally transferred mitigation outcomes, green recovery. And of course, eventually it also links to what countries want and need to articulate during the global climate negotiations. And then, of course, also I want to make clear that what we are doing on climate finance links to the other relevant agendas that countries have, including SDGs and SDG finance, biodiversity finance, energy finance, and many more. So with this, I would start with the first, that's probably one of the most known, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but you will see that for every approach that I'm going to present, there's a link on the left side, so once we are getting the material from the organizers, you will also be able to just dive in and get more information on each of the tools, which we of course will not go into today. So of course the climate public expenditure and institutional review is something that probably most of you know, and that is really looking at what is already being spent in the past and currently in the country, and usually also raising that awareness on like how large the share is within national spendings that is relevant to climate change. And then with, of course, the climate budget tagging, also not spending much time on this, is of course more like a continuation of the public expenditure review in terms of monitoring and tracking on a more continuous basis. And this next tool that probably less of you may know, there's also private climate expenditure and institutional reviews. And as you may guess, they come very much in an analogy to the public climate expenditure and institutional review, just that here the idea really is to look at, well, what is being spent by the private sector and how can we make sure to use public sector finance as a lever to really mobilize private sector finance rather than using, for instance, public finance to crowd out private sector finance. So this is this angle that this approach has. And again, if we continue from this with the past approaches, more looking at past and current expenditures, here the idea really of investment financial flows assessments is that countries build scenarios into the future and really map it out in concrete terms. What does it take if we really implement our NDCs, nationally determined contributions, in the country? What does it take? Where do investments need to shift from where to where? What would be the policies to actually induce these types of changes? And then lastly, I'd like to mention the climate change finance frameworks that, of course, next to a number of other benefits, also are more around ensuring accountability over the use of climate finance. So with these, and that's already, I would say, quite a mouthful, I would just like to provide a quick outlook on the various other methodologies that are out there on the left that are more related to SDG finance, to biodiversity finance, to energy finance. So, if you're interested to look more into questions of energy finance, and there is a dedicated tool that is on de-risking renewable energy investments. So the thought and the main idea here is that in the energy sector, it is often the bottleneck, a lack of investment security for potential investors. So this is one way to really address this in a systematic way. If we come over to biodiversity finance, then the biodiversity finance assessment is a key tool that can be used in association with the other tools that I was just mentioning to really implement biodiversity conservation and especially the Aichi targets that you may be aware of that are really the national plans for countries on how to address and conserve biodiversity. And the last, that is for the SDG agenda, are the integrated national financing frameworks that come with the different 4 building blocks and that are really to help implement the Addis Ababa Action Agenda. So with this really quick ride over these various tools and methodologies, as mentioned, on the left side there's always the link towards more information, and there are many more resources. There is green bonds online trainings that have been recently developed by UNDP that are free of charge, that can be subscribed by anyone. So that's another invitation for you to also get involved and use it as a learning opportunity on green bonds. Overall, I would say, and I'm coming to a conclusion here, I was asked to also mention briefly what are the challenges that we see in our work to really do this work with countries. And I would say the main challenge that we see often is that if countries see like working on climate finance just from the cost perspective, I mean, this is really the most common perspective that we are faced with. And I mean, of course, this implies, if we just see climate action as a costing factor, that implies that we assume that non-action would be a no-cost, would come at no cost. And of course, we know that this is not the case, and that non-action comes usually to a much higher cost than actually acting. And so by using these various approaches, countries really usually can make the business case for action and clearly identify and calculate and show how action benefits and how addressing climate change systematically in budgets, as well as establishing the necessary policies and incentivize also the required investments to happen. I will stop here. There's much more to say about all these various approaches, but I'll deliberately keep it very short and also just invite you to reach out during the course of these 3 days, but also going forward. My contact address is here for any of these questions. If you're wondering what of the different available approaches and methodologies may be useful for your particular country context or the particular question that you wish to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Suzanne, and also for, giving an overview of the different tools that different countries have been using. And as Paul and Vivek were earlier in the day mentioning, that different countries have sequenced the reforms differently and applied the tools at different intervals of time. The main thing is that how are these tools then used to influence the way budgets are formulated and the way climate change is embedded in the development policy. Again, going back to what Delphine was saying as part of the macroeconomic fiscal forecast and the development planning. So we'll now go to Mr. Mehdi Massoud-Zaman to hear about the experience of Bangladesh. And Bangladesh has been a leader when it comes to mainstreaming climate change into the planning and budgeting. Mr. Mehdi is the Deputy Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, and he holds a master's degree in economics from the University of Greenwich, London. So over to you, Mr. Mehdi.
Thank you, Asad Bhai. Good afternoon to everybody, and it's my pleasure to be here. And thanks goes to UNDP and others organizations, those who have organized this very good workshop in Bangkok here. I'll go straight to the presentation slide. The presentation is very specific. You can see the slide as climate inclusive medium-term budget framework for Bangladesh case. So what I will discuss here, very briefly, budget making process under MTBF and climate inclusive MTBF or super done by Bangladesh. And if I have some time, I will talk about climate financing, major intervention by Bangladesh, and some challenges as well. So first, how Bangladesh is making the national budget in Bangladesh, Bangladesh is making budget under the MTBF process. MTBF means medium-term budget framework, and especially it has 3 specific phases. The first one is to strategic phase, the second one is to estimating phase, and the third one is budget approval phase. But here I would like to more focus on strategic phase, because strategic phase is such phase that we can include the climate sensitive issue in this phase. So there are different tasks have been done in the strategic phases, such as develop the medium-term macroeconomic framework. But in Bangladesh, yet climate change issues yet to be included in the MTMF. I don't know any country in the world already with MTBF included in the MTMF. Then we issue a circular. We call it Budget Circular 1. Budget Circular 1 means there is another circular, Budget Circular 2. Actually, in Bangladesh cases, every year, last week of November or first week of December, issue a circular which is called Budget Circular 1. And you might be knowing that Bangladesh already been included the climate-related issues in Budget Circular 1. Then developing the ministry budget framework. Here, Bangladesh also included the climate-sensitive issues in MPF. Then finalizing the ministry division-wise indicative expenditure ceiling and revenue target. This is other thing. But here, the main thing is to issuing Budget Circular 1 and developing ministry budget framework. Let's look at the next slide. As I mentioned earlier, that climate dimension embedded in our Budget Circular 1. Now the question is, what is the Budget Circular 1? Budget Circular is nothing but it's provide strategic direction to the line ministries for preparation of national budget under MTBF. And in Bangladesh, as I told you earlier, that it has been turned climate inclusive, linking with the major climate policies and strategic. It's include our BCCSCP, Bangladesh Climate Change Strategy and Action Plan, then our Delta Plan, our 5-year plan, etc. Then MBF of 25 line ministries turn into climate inclusive. And you may ask me, why 25 line ministries, not 55 or 56? Because we had a research that we find that 25 to 26 ministries are engaging with to address the climate-related issues. So we include 25 ministries. Okay. And our MBF, Ministry Budget Framework, mainly consists of 2 parts, Part A and Part B. Part B is done by the ministry itself, and Part B is done by the department or agency under the ministry. So you can see that this MBF is composed of 6 sections. The Part A is dealt with 5 sections, and B is dealt with 1 section. And both the part are deal with different form. We will not discuss here about the form because it is so. I do not say complicated. It's not the mandate here to be discussed. So you can see the section 1 describe the mission statement and major function of the particular ministry, and section 2 is medium-term strategic objective and activities. You may go to our Finance Ministry website. You can see the MBF. It's in English and Bangla both. So you can see its details plan is there. And section 3, what is our concern here. This section is very important for this workshop. Section 3 included three important areas, such as poverty, gender issues, and climate reporting. Let's see the next slide. So what did Bangladesh? Each year, Line Ministry developed their MBF. Actually, it's not developed, it's update actually, because it's not much sense every year. Then MBF, including budget estimates and projection, are to be prepared in accordance with the guidelines contained in the Budget Circular 1. And you might be knowing that Bangladesh is already included climate sensitive issues in the MBF in fiscal year 2019-20, and it's published by the Ministry of Finance, and it's presented before the Parliament. And to do that, Ministry of Finance, with the technical support of UNDP, provided hands-on training to the Line Ministry official and prepared guidelines to the Line Ministry officials, and prepared the climate inclusive guidelines and training manual as well. So what actually include in section 3? You can see in the slide, there are poverty reduction strategy, women's advancement, and climate sensitive issues. And in the green line, you can see that what climate activities are illustrated in the MPF book. Now, question is how this prepared and how climate sensitive issues are included in the MBF. First of all, as I said earlier, that our main climate related textbook, I should say it's textbook, is our BCC SCP. Is not it, Paul? BCC SCP. So Bangladesh Climate Change Strategy and Action Plus is the textbook of climate issues in Bangladesh. BCC SCP has actually 6 thematic area and 44 criteria. And these 44 criteria used for assessing impact of climate activities of line ministries. Okay? Then it's a very innovative idea that we have included in our MTBF, that Bangladesh develop a climate finance tracking methodology. How Bangladesh track the climate finance. BCCSP, as I mentioned earlier, BCCSP 6 thematic areas and 44 program is the main policy documents that have taken consideration to develop this methodology. Apart from that, OECD Rio markers, relevant policies, plans, strategies, it include climate fiscal framework, CPEIR, our 5-year plan, our Delta plan, perspective plan, etc., considers to develop this methodology. So it's another innovative idea to include in the MTBF. Bangladesh developed a separate climate finance module in our IBAS. IBAS is our IPMIS. IPMIS, you all know that IPMIS is Integrated Financial Management Information System. In locally, we call it IBAS++. IBAS is Integrated Budget and Accounting System, is local name. And this is absolutely, this module is absolutely integrated with this system, IPMIS. And we assess, Bangladesh assess both the development and operating budget allocation and the expenditure as well. And we had a reporting template for this climate budgeting reporting. What so far I have talked is what we embedded in our MTVF, but apart from that, we are also develop a different policy issues and different things that you can see in the slide. First of all is the climate, citizen climate budget report. It's a short report. Then climate performance audit. Bangladesh developed guidelines for planning and generic criteria for climate performance audit to reduce the fiduciary risks in the utilization of climate finance. Then number 3 is actually Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan, Decade 2030. It's actually draft. It will cover the low carbon economic growth for optimized prosperity and partnership. And as I mentioned earlier, climate fiscal framework. Climate fiscal framework is adopted in 2014, but we updated 2020. So it's the document that to make public financial management system into inclusive, climate inclusive. Then Bangladesh update its NDC and submitted it to the authority in 2021. Bangladesh produced a climate budget report. We called it Climate Financing for Sustainable Development. And every June, it's placed before the Honorable Parliament. This is the public financing that Bangladesh government has been spending for last couple of years. You can see that Bangladesh are spending from the government money, public money, for addressing the climate-related issues. But we get a very little amount from the GCF or like this organization. So, yes, Bangladesh have done many things so far, but yes, we have some issues and challenges. First of all is to full buy-in of the climate change in public financial management reform. It's very tough to get that. And capacity development of the budget official of the line ministries and agencies. Availability of financial resources under GCF or other organization, international organization, is still inadequate and compared to the requirement. You know, Bangladesh so far received only $95 million through 4 projects from the GCF. So it's so tiny amount here. Another challenge is to private sector and business sector investment is still low, but is increasing right now. Then capacity to local government institution. We don't tag the local government institution expanding. So it's a challenge for Bangladesh. And finally, but not least, capacity to develop criteria for climate-related performance audit. It's very hard to reach there. So I'd like to conclude here. Thank you very much for patient hearing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mehdi. And I mean, Bangladesh has done a wonderful job when it comes to climate budgeting and planning. It's a very comprehensive menu of reforms that Bangladesh has undertaken, the government of Bangladesh. So thank you very much for sharing that experience. So before we go on to the next country experience, if there are any questions, because you heard about the theoretical framework, you also heard about the implementation in one of the countries. So any questions that you would like to pose, or I mean, if there are none, then we can go to have the other two presentations and then we come back for questions. Any questions? Voiku, can you give them?
Thank you for the presentation. Just a quick question.
Can you also please introduce yourself?
I am
thank you.
Sivoki. I am from the Ministry of Finance of the Kingdom of Tonga. So my question is just to the Bangladesh presentation where the information that you've tagged and identified that this is how much the government has invested in climate relevant expenditures. So on that 7-8% share, how does the Bangladesh government determine whether, do you use that information to say, is that adequate, or do you need more, do you need less? How would that inform your decision making? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's a very good question. Bangladesh is spending about 8% of national budget. All the monies are coming from the public money. No, there is, as I mentioned my presentation, I mentioned that only 95 million US$ we received from 4 projects from GCF. So all, you can compare. It's very small amount from we get outside GCF or other international organization. You know, Bangladesh is a innocent victims of climate change. So Bangladesh is not getting enough money from the international organization. But as you asked me that, no, yes, we have to invest more that we have doing now. So thank you very much.
Just to add to what Mr. Mehdi said, I mean, it's also an evolving journey, and while there are public expenditure reviews and expenditure information available through the budget tagging system, the information on what is actually the estimate, cost estimates of the adaptation action and mitigation action, I mean, that's something that needs to be there in order to determine the gap, the question that you were asking. And as Mr. Mehdi explained, I mean, there are gaps, so, and it's mostly the government which is filling in. Yeah, please. Can you also please introduce yourself? Can you also introduce yourself?
Yeah, in all of this project. Oh, thank you very much. As mentioned, okay, all right. As mentioned in my presentation slide that Bangladesh adopted CFF, Climate Finance Framework, in 2014, and we updated it 2020, where private sector engagement is included, how to private sector will be included in investment in this sector, and others commercial sector also included there. So now Bangladesh is what to do right now to implement this CFF. If we can implement this CFF properly, that money will come. But the question is, question come from that it's domestic resource. Again, I'm emphasizing for the international resource, overseas resource. Okay? So your answer would be right like this. We have CFF, and there is a mechanism how to attack the private sector and business sector. There is a written strategy in our CFF. So Bangladesh need to address this issue by implementing this CFF. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mehdi. Is there any other question, or otherwise we go to Philippines? Yeah, please. Yeah, so let's take this question. Yeah. 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 No, you can use it.
Thank you. No, it's not so much a question. I just wanted to supplement Mr. Mehdi, because the question from the Philippines was really about how can we get the private sector excited about investing in climate change. And I think our experience in Bangladesh, and I think it's also so for a lot of the other countries, where the challenge is adaptation. The private sector isn't really that interested when it comes to responding to adaptation. You know, because adaptation, you don't have a return on investment that is tangible and it is reflected as a bottom line. You know, these are long-term benefits. The private sector is interested in mitigation. So if you're talking about renewable energy, you are talking about other investments, then it gets a return. So when you're trying to tell the private sector that come and invest in adaptation, it is not easy because the returns are not immediate. And that is why the government has to rely on its own resources, 95%. And I think that again goes on. The other point which is relevant is, when we talk about financing assistance, we talk about public funds, because private funds should not be a substitute for public funds. Private funds can supplement what governments are doing. And when a country is trying to make a long-term plan, you need to have certainty in terms of your finance flows. So if that is left to the private sector, they are always going to look at the investment climate and the returns on investment. So that's why I think the importance of public funds when it comes to adaptation is important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so you're spot on this. I mean, that's a dilemma that we are facing when it comes to climate finance, because when we talk about the private sector finance, it primarily is going to mitigation, and within mitigation, of course, to renewable energy. So we'll now go to Villa Nicole, who is the planning officer in the Department of Finance, Philippines.
Thank you, Assad. Thank you as well for having us here. I'm Willa Tak-an from the Department of Finance, International Finance Group of the Philippines. I'm here on behalf of Undersecretary Mark Hoven, and I'm here along with my colleague, Mr. Mel Rivero. So our presentation today is going to be an overview of the budget, mobilizing budget and finance for climate change in the Philippines. So actually, the Philippines is among the countries with the lowest carbon emissions that contribute to the global carbon emissions. It's only 0.5%. However, we're also part of the vulnerable 20, which are countries that are most vulnerable to climate change. So just from there's already a sort of inequality. Like just a week ago, we experienced Super Typhoon Karding, international name Noru. It was a Category 5 super typhoon that also passed through Vietnam and here in Thailand, aside from the Philippines. It cost the Philippines about $6.18 million of damages for infrastructure and $62.5 million of damages to our agricultural sector. And that's just one of the few typhoons that we experience out of the whole year. However, there was a welcome development that there were only 12 casualties as of late, as reported by our National Disaster Risk and Disaster Risk Agency. And all of these happen because of our geographic location and our archipelagic features, and it makes us highly vulnerable as we are part of the Pacific Ring of Fire and the typhoon belt. But of course, this is exacerbated annually because of climate change. And because of this, the Philippines is actively championing climate justice, like common but differentiated responsibilities. In addition, we're mobilizing climate finance, and we shared that responsibility between government, such as grants for tech transfer and capacity building, and along with private finance through direct investments. We envision that this will help us recover from increasing strength and number of typhoons, in addition to recovery from the pandemic and the perennial development needs of the Philippines. So because of this, climate change is a matter of survival for many Filipinos. As mentioned, Carding was just one of the few typhoons out of the year. Typhoon season has stretched out across the whole year and is becoming more and more prevalent and exacerbated. Because of this, economic and social life in the Philippines is further disrupted. And aside from that, we also have long-standing development challenges, and these are aggravated due to the aforementioned climate, environment, and consumption patterns. So because of this, we have huge financial requirements for investments, and these should be mobilized to address climate change and disaster risks in the Philippines. So we're expected to incur about $3.6 billion per year in losses to public and private assets because of typhoons and earthquakes. And in the next 50 years, we have a 40% chance of losses exceeding $20.12 billion US dollars, and a 20% chance of losses exceeding $31 billion US dollars. And these figures do not even account for the new IPCC report, and so we expect that these figures will increase once we revisit. So this is why we prioritize climate change in conjunction with disaster risk mitigation. We need to invest in adaptation, as mentioned also by our previous speakers, in order to minimize disaster risk in the long run. Because there will also be bigger challenges for the Philippines if natural hazards are less predictable in the future. And I think Delphine also mentioned this earlier. So the estimated cost to implement climate change mitigation in the Philippines is $4.12 billion US dollars from 2015 to 2030. And this is for the energy, forestry industry, and transport industries. And this doesn't even include the costs for our reaching our nationally determined contribution goal of 75% GHG emission reductions and avoidance. So due to this, the Philippine government is aggressively advocating for the protection of the environment and of the sound management of our resources. And recognizing that the devastating impact to the economy and people, the Philippines has made climate change as one of our top priorities. And subsequently, we have put together a policy package that supports this agenda. During the 26th Conference of Parties in Glasgow in 2021, the Department of Finance, on behalf of the government of the Philippines, called for climate justice, stating that those countries that have polluted and continue to do so through unthinking industrialization, starting 2 centuries ago, must pay for the financing needed for the most vulnerable countries to adapt to climate change. Moreover, the $100 billion US dollars per year by 2020 mobilization target is grossly inadequate for developing countries. Like the Philippines alone requires $85 billion for the needs of the 1,715 local government units based on actual piloting experience and comprising of our national climate change adaptation program. So in order to bridge this financing gap and to become economically viable, climate change should not be limited to loans and grants. During COP26, our finance secretary said that it should be a factor of the following three elements. So grants, investments, and subsidies. Grants should improve local communities' capacities in vulnerable areas. Investments should help projects and programs unlock business opportunities, create new jobs, and lead to energy self-reliance in the long run. And finally, subsidies should address financial costs and risks of communities transitioning to climate-resilient economies. In addition, the Department of Finance also highlighted the importance of involving the private sector as a crucial partner in this endeavor. And we also called on the multilateral development banks, such as the World Bank, ADB, AIIB, and so forth, to adopt harmonized set of guidelines for vetting projects and catalyzing flows of funds. So given the Philippines' priorities in sustainable green climate finance, we aim to mainstream these types of financing through policy harmonization across the whole of government and whole society approach. In support of this, we have pursued the following initiatives. So we have the interagency technical working group on sustainable finance, or the Green Force, of which the Department of Finance is a co-chair. The members consist of national government agencies that implement climate change initiatives. It was also established through the UK government's ASEAN Low Carbon Energy Program. Under the Green Force, we were able to develop the Sustainable Finance Roadmap and guiding principles, which I'll elaborate further in the next slide. We also have the Green Climate Fund and the People Survival Fund. The Department of Finance is the national designated authority for the GCF, which means that we act as the core interface between the government and the GCF. And as mentioned by Bangladesh, they've also encountered some issues in accessing the fund, and the Philippines shares some of these issues as well. And then for the People Survival Fund, it's an annual special fund for local government units in the Philippines for their adaptation projects and programs, which I'll also elaborate upon in the next few slides. It's not on this slide, but we also are a part of the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action. We were among the initial 40 countries that was in the inaugural meetings in 2019. We were previously co-chair of Helsinki Principle 4 with Finland and Mr. Pekka Morin. So the Philippine Sustainable Finance Roadmap and Guiding Principles were launched just last 2021. The roadmap is supposed to address the policy and regulatory gaps in promoting sustainable finance, implementing sustainable government initiatives, facilitating investments in public infrastructure, and developing programs and projects that catalyze sustainable financing in the Philippines. And this was also accompanied by guiding principles, which is like a taxonomy of sorts to help government agencies with the definitions for what are considered sustainable finance. It's supposed to help create the environment for greener policies, the mainstreaming of sustainable finance, and a pipeline for investments that will help the country reduce its carbon footprint, even as economic output is raised. And as mentioned earlier, we have the People Survival Fund, which is a special fund, and it's supposed to support local government units and accredited local and community organizations to implement climate change adaptation projects that will better equip vulnerable communities to deal with the impact of climate change. it has an annual allocation of 20.33 million US dollars. And it's lodged in the national budget with the aim, as mentioned, of financing adaptation programs. And these are supposed to be supportive of the objectives enumerated in the local climate change action plans of local governments and communities. The PSF is supposed to be used for the adaptation activities, forecasting and early warning systems, monitoring of vector-borne diseases, institutional development for local government units, and so on. Okay. So we also have a couple of other agencies that have established finance frameworks. So we have the Securities and Exchange Commission. They have established the green and sustainable bond standards, and even our central bank has their own sustainable finance framework, which they've been trying to implement since 2020. And in terms of our public budget, we have our climate change expenditure tagging and monitoring of Climate Change General Appropriations Act special provisions. The Philippines is actually one of the pioneering countries in establishing a climate change expenditure tagging, and this is implemented by the Department of Budget and Management and the Climate Change Commission through a joint memorandum circular. And the same goes for the monitoring of Climate Change General Appropriations Act. The Department of Finance doesn't directly implement this, we just participate in the process. There's also the National Economic Development Authority. They're proposing for government to develop a framework integrating environmental impact of projects in the Investment Coordination Committee process through the Economic Impact Assessment. This is my last slide. So our way forward is to ramp up efforts to counter climate change. So we hope to build capacity of local government units, especially those in the most remote areas, to formulate and implement green projects, especially because they tend to be the communities that are most vulnerable to climate change. And we also need to deepen our financial markets to enable green financing to flourish. There's also a need to develop a sustainable finance pipeline based on the sustainable finance roadmap and guiding principles that we have launched. And lastly, the facilitation of investments to support NDC implementation and the raising of ambitions. So that's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Willa. And thanks for sharing several options that the government of Philippines is considering to mobilize resources under the public finance, and some of those probably also are public-private partnership-related ones. So very, very good to know that, and I'm sure representatives from different countries would reach out to you to learn more about that. So I'll now move on to Rafael Nasser, who is the program officer with the UNCDF, and he will share the experiences at the sub-national level, now that we have heard from two presenters about the national level. So over to you, Rafael.
Thank you so much. Let me just start by thanking you, UNDP and you in particular, for the invitation. Really happy to be here. And good afternoon, everyone. So I'm here to talk about the Local facility, which is hosted by the UN Capital Development Fund, and it also includes several partners, in particular the government of Sweden, the EU, other member states of the EU, and other partners that joined us in the Local facility. But as the name suggests, the idea of Local is really to support access to climate finance by local actors, in particular local governments, so they can contribute and participate and implement adaptation that will then help their communities and local economies adapt to climate change. By doing that, and because Local is also aligned with the Paris Agreement, in particular the Nationally Determined Contribution, the NDCs, and also with the National Adaptation Plan process, it also enables the participation of the local actors, and here again, local governments, CSOs working at the local level, communities, so they can contribute towards the implementation of those actions, which are usually established at the national level. And to achieve that, Local somehow has three objectives that are aiming to achieve and are mutually sustaining with each other. Of course, the first one, and here we're talking about access to finance, of course, one of the key objectives of Local is to really help increase access to climate finance by local governments for the implementation of local adaptation actions. But I would like to stress here on another objective, which is the effective use of that finance. Not only access finance, we also talked about this earlier in the morning, but how to use it effectively. So Local also aims at support local governments in using effectively climate finance, because as we've heard, I mean, climate finance overall is already scarce, let alone for adaptation. When it comes to the local level, there are some data which are shown here, but none are somehow official. So, but there are, from our experience, the finance flows which are really targeting the local level are really scarce. So we need to make sure that we use that scarce adaptation finance very efficiently. Another objective is also to help, because it's not all about finance, as Asad mentioned before. So, but we also try to support, it's part of the approach, to support local governments in integrating climate change adaptation or risks in the local planning process and budgeting systems at the local level. But doing that in a sort of participatory and inclusive approach, and also taking into account gender-sensitive aspects of planning at the local level. And of course, because UNCDF has this capital mandate, so we have been working with what we call performance-based grants, but for overall development purposes. And the idea was to use these innovative tools for financing, to the local level, local governments, but to use these performance-based grants for climate change action at the local level. And by using those instruments, we can also guarantee the programming and the verification of those expenditures at the local level. I'm going to skip this one, but just to show how the Local mechanism works in practice. So we can explain, I hope it's not too complicated to understand. So basically, the idea is to help. The entry point is always the national level, so we don't go unit by unit, because that would not be sustainable. And when we talk about adaptation, in order for us to achieve the adaptation which is needed, the scalability that is needed for adaptation, we need to go through a sort of systemic approach, meaning that we don't go by a project approach, by unit, but we align or we plug the Local mechanism into the existing infrastructure systems, whatever that means in the country context, where they transfer resources from the national to the local level, so using the intergovernmental fiscal transfer systems in place in that country, so we can, so then local governments can access those performance-based grants, and then use that additional finance to invest in adaptation at the local level. And an important aspect here is because Local is aligned with the existing country systems, we are then reducing intermediaries along the way, and we don't go parallel, so we don't create parallel systems in the country which are not sustainable, because if we go through of course projects are important, but when we talk about local adaptation and local adaptation finance, we won't reach the sustainability and scalability that is needed if we don't use the existing infrastructure in those countries. So we use that. At the same time, Local works hand in hand with the decentralization processes, or the processes which are already ongoing in the country, and deepen those processes. So at the same time, increasing capacities of the local governments, while they are also accessing adaptation finance. And also another important aspect of the mechanism is the use of these performance-based grants, which means Local is not designed to finance or to cover the whole cost of investment, but it's really designed to complement or be a top-up grant annual allocation that will then cover the incremental cost of adaptation. And an example that I usually give is that usually when the climate change is not integrated in the planning at the local level, usually a local government would invest in a 50-meter deep well, but because of climate change, then maybe 50 years from now, they will need another 50 meters in order to have water running and flowing from that well. So it's that 50 meters in addition to the 50 meters that they already have that local aims to fund. So it's an incremental cost of adaptation. And by doing this, we also try to be sustainable because adaptation, we've seen from the discussions today, we haven't reached the 100 billion target, and maybe we will not reach that in the next 3 years. So, and adaptation is really a priority. It's for yesterday, especially for developing countries, in particular for the LDC seeds, and in Africa in particular, and also in Asia, of course. And by the idea here, the use of these performance-based grants, as you can see in this circle, in order for local governments to access those grants, they need to comply with a series of indicators of performance, but also in terms of minimum conditions. You can see the minimum conditions, they are basically the basic safeguards that we need to make sure that local governments have in order to handle those funds at the local level. So here we target indicators such as good governance, PFM, public financial management indicators, transparency, no audit issues, and those are mandatory requirements. So they need to comply with those indicators in order to access a portion of those grants. On the other hand, they have performance measures, and with performance measures, we try to encourage improvements in performance along variables which are related to adaptation, but not only. We also want to encourage them towards improving participatory plannings, gender-sensitive planning, and use of climate risk assessments to really integrate and inform their local development plans at the local level. So the idea here is that at the end of each financial cycle, each local government which is participating in this approach, they are assessed. There is an independent assessment happening every year, so which are firms which are usually hired directly by UNCDF. They go to the country, they assess how well local governments are then behaving or complying with each of those performance indicators. And at the end of that assessment, each will be attributed a sort of score. And the subsequent allocation for the next year, next cycle, will then be a factor of how well they have then get the performance out of that assessment. So by doing that every year, we can easily identify, one of the first things that we can do is easily identify areas which are not doing so well. So we can target the adaptation support which will be given to them so they can improve. If there is any issue that we see no compliance, no compliance with one of those indicators, we suspend the allocations until the situation is rectified. And as I said before, you also promote, encourage, sort of improvements along those indicators that we are checking here and assessing here. And from our experience, what is interesting to see, especially in the Pacific area where we have Tuvalu. Tuvalu has been running for 3 years already, the same 3 financial cycles, and they had already performed 3 APAs and performance assessments. And there is a sort of upward trend in terms of performance, which means that this is a learning by doing process where every year there is a lot of learning happening, which is somehow fed back into the next financial cycle. And of course, you have also capacity building support, which is provided to local governments that are participating in terms of risk-informed adaptation, planning at the local level, and other areas of support, also in terms of PFM governance, because it's not only about, in this case, adaptation, but we also want them to improve capacity to handle funds in PFM and governance. And in terms of areas which they can fund, of course, we aim to align what we call the investment menu, which with the areas of the adaptation priorities in the NDCs, the NAPs, but also we look at the areas in which local governments can act upon. So it's a mix of NDCs, NAPs, and the areas in which local governments can act upon. But it's really up to them to decide, or together with their communities, using their own procedures for planning to really come up with the identified activities, of course, somehow refined with the climate risk assessments which they have to take into account at that level. So just for you to have an idea, because I don't have much time, so just to say that we are now, with this approach, there are 34 countries in the world, and I see that you're going to hear more about the Cambodia experience. I have a representative from Cambodia here. You're going to hear tomorrow, perhaps. But just to mention that this is a global mechanism now, and 34 countries already are engaged in the same approach through different phases of implementation, because it's really a long-term initiative. It's not a project. It's really integrated with the country system, really driven by the countries. And yeah, I think I don't have much time. Just to acknowledge that this approach has now been recognized internationally, particularly by the UNFCCC as a guidance to countries as they prepare their national adaptation plans, but how to do the vertical integration of the NAPs, but also by other international organizations. And just information that locally it will be published as an ISO 14093. Will be launched at COP27. That it would be to provide guidance and good practice on channeling climate finance using the country systems all the way down to the local government. I think I'll stop there because, yeah, it's a lot of information already, and happy to address any questions. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Rafael. So any questions from Rafael and Villa? Yes, slide, please. We'll take one more after Lai, so
Thank you.
Because we already.
This is Lai from UNDP Vietnam. Maybe just one or 2 points. Is there any discussion at the like IMF and other level in terms of how to reform the international finance? Because we're talking about billions dollars to support the country to transform renewable energy or adaptation. So in Vietnam, we estimate we need, I think, about between 300 and 80 billion in the next 25 years to transform the energy. We do need to see the reform in terms of the concessional finance for climate change. Because like middle income country, they already have to borrow interest rate at the commercial rate. And we talk about climate finance. It's very difficult for them to borrow, at that commercial rate to take action on climate finance. That's number one. Number two is either UNDP or also partnership with others to look into what we call a kind of the de-risking for private sectors to come in, particularly when we look into adaptation, for example. It's important for them to address that. Also in terms of mitigation, because of the policy changing and political changing, so without proper de-risking, it's very difficult to bring the private sector coming in. So, and maybe third point is about UNDP start about kind of insurance. This kind of business is also important for accelerate so that the country can actually recover from a lot of, like a Philippines case, they're talking about frequently flood and storm and other risk. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, thank you for this question. First, the IMF has established a fund. I will mention that maybe the next session I will talk to. So this is one thing I want to mention on the discussion, on your question, sorry, about whether there are discussions between development partners and international financial institutions on how to improve the mechanism for climate finance. Yes, obviously, I think we are now in a phase of stock taking. And I assume there will be actions taken following this phase of stock taking. I also want to say that the IMF is involved in many aspects of mobilizing climate finance, in the sense that the IMF mandate is to work with central banks, look at financial regulations and so on. And there is actions and discussions and partnerships existing at this level on how to foster and generate more climate finance. So we are not working only on fiscal aspects of climate finance, but different departments within the IMF are joining into this general effort within the institution for trying to make things move in this area, and definitely the mobilization of private finance is something that the IMF is working on.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Delphine. Suzanne, you want to?
Thanks a lot. Just to add to that also, in terms of finance, that is true. What I presented in terms of support areas was not an exhaustive list. There are more, and there's definitely also colleagues working on insurance aspects, and I'll be happy to put you in touch with the respective colleagues. So yes, there are definitely more support areas than the ones that I mentioned. And with regards to the question of the actual reform of finance, yes, I would say there are a few negotiation streams under the global negotiations that tackle this topic. And there's one that was also alluded to earlier by another speaker that is on the definition of climate finance. And while this sounds like a quite administrative issue maybe, of course it is not, but it's precisely about the delineation of ODA versus climate finance. And so once there's a progress on that, it should become easier to also be clear also when comparing, for instance, among countries, what is what if a country says we are getting so much and another country is getting so much. And then finally, the other aspect that's also being discussed in the global negotiation is the new collective quantified goal that you may have heard about. And that is an effort to come up with a new goal. We know all that the 100 billion goal has not been met yet, and with the idea of having this new collective quantified goal, the idea is to also have something that is more broken down, more specific, for instance, in terms of how much should go to mitigation versus adaptation, how much should come from which countries, how much should go to which countries. So all these kinds of questions of allocations, the idea is that those will be answered with this new collective goal going forward. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Last question, if there's one.
I'm Mizan Khan from ICAT Bangladesh. I have a question about the UNCDF, little question. How much money UNCDF could mobilize for your local facility? My second question also about this, how can you reach out to the local communities where you have to go through the central governments? Because most of the developing countries have too much centralized management. So, these two little queries. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the two questions, which I think are very important because it's a recurrent question that we get, because usually when we talk about local governments, somehow it can be very political. So that's why, I mean, by having the right approach, because we use this performance-based climate resilience grant approach, which means those we are attaching access to finance to conditions of access and also performance measures. So one of the indicators that we also target here are participation of local communities. So the more, let's say the Apazilas, right, in Bangladesh, so the more they produce and involve communities in that process, the more reward, the higher the allocation they will receive. So by doing that, we somehow try to stimulate improvements in terms of participation of local communities. Otherwise, it will become a process which will be politically driven. So we want to avoid that. And the first question, I mean, globally, we have so far mobilized around $125 million US. And the idea, and we have a pipeline of about almost 200 million now in the making that will come in the next years. And there was a commitment from UNCDF to work with partners and governments to scale up to 500 million by 2017. So that's our vision now.
Thank you very much, Rafael. And we'll stop here. It was a very useful discussion, and thank you so much to all the speakers, and thanks to all of you for listening and for your very interesting questions. Thank you very much.
We are already late. We are running late by 15 minutes. So if we take a break for 15 minutes and we are back here by 3:20, then it will help save time. But before going for tea, please can we have a group photo? So can I request everyone to please come in front here so that across the backdrop we can have a photo, everyone. Please can everyone just assemble here in front. want to come? Please, please go up front. Please can people move to the front and we'll have a group photo. Too many people. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah.
You can ask people who are smaller or shorter in size, they stand front and
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if you can stand in front of each other also, so those who are slightly shorter can come to the front. Those who are taller may just want to go back. Allow the, please come. Please move, so the frame can capture. If you can.
we're going to need a few more people up here.
Up, if more people can move up, if people can go to the stage, you can come in front here. Yeah.
What I'd like is I want the gentleman to move. Thank you. Can I ask for you gentlemen to move back? Yeah, but the ladies at the front, just stay there for a moment. Yeah. Now I need to fill up a bit more. I need to get some more human bodies in here. Sorry. I'm just a photographer, my God. Can we get a few more, maybe of you people out the back there that are trying to hide? Can we get a couple of you, maybe over this side? And I'll get you to hide over this side instead. Sorry. I'm going to stand on someone's chair. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to need some more bodies. And what I'd actually like, can I get you gentlemen to move back? Yeah? No, you keep coming forward. Go back a bit. Keep going back. Can you go back? Yeah? And then I want to get some of you people to come in through here. Yeah? Because I'm not getting you on the edge.
Thank you. Thank you. So can we come back here in at by 3:30? We give you 5 minutes more for your nice sportsman spirit. 3:30 we are back here.
Did you see that Vanuatu sent an updated presentation?
I've done it. Uploaded. I removed the older one, the earlier one.
Great.
Good then.
Thank you.
And
Glad I checked my emails.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I still need to
join
be...
the session after.
It's the graveyard.
Actually, we had only one. Can I please request people to come in? Can I please request people to come in quickly inside? We're going to start. We're going to start in 2 minutes. Can people please be seated? Please, can people please go to your respective places? We are starting in 1 minute. Can people go to their desks, please? Thank you.
Dear colleagues, may I have your attention, please? I think now we are going to have the next session, fiscal policies for green transition. So I'm Tianyu here with the climate finance team and the SDG finance team. And so for this session, I will lightly moderate for the next 1.5 hours. And you can see we have the 6 colleagues, which is amazing. And you can see this, our session has the most speakers. And I hope it can really bring you a very dynamic sharing. So before this, let me slightly give you introductory remarks, because these days we heard a lot about the green fiscal policies and carbon pricing, green energy transition. So fiscal policies have very critical roles to play in green and energy transitions. They can help sets the price right by removing fossil fuel subsidies, by pricing carbon, and also to help shift consumer and business behavior. And the fiscal policies can also raise public revenues and to really recycle these revenues for help the poor and to help incentivize green investment. So it's really grateful to have this list of speakers, and so for this session, let me slightly introduce this structure. So we'll have 2 sub-sessions, and for each sub-session we have 3 speakers, and after this sub-session we will have a brief Q&A. So having said that, let me just turn to Mr. Kiatipong. Mr. Kiatipong is just sitting beside me. He's a senior country economist of World Bank. His work focuses on macroeconomics assessment and structural reform. He will share with us the fiscal and the tax policies for green transition, particularly based on the World Bank recent reports for Vietnam and Cambodia, Thailand. Yes. So please.
So I understand I have 10 minutes. It's a pleasure to be here, to be among so many smiling faces. And I'm excited to share with you a series of reports that the World Bank is doing. It's called the Country Climate and Development Reports. And particularly I will focus on fiscal and tax policies for a green transition. Can I have the next slide? I think I have a clicker. Okay. So just to give you the context, East Asia is a major contributor to global greenhouse gases, around 1/3. So climate agenda is very much at the forefront of East Asia in terms of emitter and also recipients of the climate shocks. So we estimate that without major adaptation investments in climate proofing infrastructure, flooding could lead to large losses, around 15 to 20% in 2100 in many EAP countries, East Asia, such as Vietnam, Thailand, Philippines, for example, and also lead to poverty increases by 2030. So to help countries inform how to design their policies, so the World Bank has begun to do a series of reports, climate change development reports. Now, what our moderator, Tian Yu, said on the fiscal policies are very much instruments and policies to deal with climate change. But I think there is a lot of question about what is the impact of climate change? What is the cost of climate change? And also, how can we adapt to climate change and deal with increase the resiliency of growth? And what would it cost us? What would be the burden on fiscal? What instruments can we choose? So the fiscal implications kind of fall out at the end of this macro, more macro. There's a bit of top, bottom up, but mostly, macro picture to assess the overall impact of climate. So we are working on the China report. It's awaiting government comments, which are quite extensive. Indonesia too, because it's the first report of its kind. The Indonesian government had many comments, and the Philippine governments had finalized their comments, so the Philippines will be published soon. The only report in Asia that has been published is the Vietnam one, and you can actually download it online, and I will summarize the Vietnam findings, give you a flavor of the findings from the other reports. And also the Thailand one is possibly due in 2 years, and we have started work on Thailand, and I'll give you a bit of the flavor of how we approach Thailand. So there's a lot of text, but I'll just give you the handouts. You can read the detailed text at home. So the Vietnam CCDR. So Vietnam is a country that is vulnerable to climate change in terms of its long coastline. So one major aspect is how resilient is Vietnam to climate shocks, from sea level rises, changes in rainfall, storms, saltwater incursion into its major urban areas like Ho Chi Minh. So one focus of the CCDR is how to increase resiliency of growth. And in terms of greenhouse gases emission, Vietnam is not a large emitter, but it has significantly increased its share of greenhouse gases. So mitigating greenhouses is in the interest of of Vietnam. And we always do the CCR to make sure it's in line with the government's goal. So the PM recently made an ambitious commitment to reduce emissions to net zero by 2050. So the CCR will explore what are the possible pathways to make this possible. So Vietnam now faces critical questions on how to combine policies for resilient growth given the climate shocks, and how can it adapt to climate change in the long run? And are there trade-offs between adaptation and mitigation investments? Is there a fiscal space that would allow Vietnam to accommodate these two pathways? And how to prioritize these investments in terms of mitigation versus adaptation? And what are the distributional impacts of pursuing this more green growth pathway? So the CCR explores these questions, and we use very large macro models linked to sectoral models. So usually the way we approach it, we first commission sectoral papers to look at to understand how certain sectors can transition to greener growth. And these feed into this large macro, possibly computable general equilibrium to see what will be the overall effect on macro and how different policies can affect the changes in the allocation of the economy. So I want to focus here on the approach that I'm thinking. Usually in the past, a lot of the conversation has been on on the decarbonization. And that's on the right side. And also on the left, on resilient pathways, that's becoming more of conversation now, how to make growth more resilient to tail events, such as floods and droughts, and how to do that through adaptation. And we call that the adapting to climate change. So in the model, we do two scenarios that are the main scenarios apart from the baseline. One is adaptation. If we were to invest in climate-proofing green investments, how much would that lower the costs from climate change? And mitigation is lowering greenhouse gases. The instruments here is usually carbon tax, carbon trading, which you are familiar with. But for the adaptation, I think it's more challenging because it relates to how to make sure that investments, green investments, align with the goal of the country. And here there are policies that are related to how to align planning and budgeting, how to make sure that procurement and appraisal are in line with the goals set forth in terms of green growth. So these are the details that we go into the report. So these are the highlights of the Vietnam report. It's a very large report, but I pulled out some highlights. I think the key thing that jumps out for me from this report, it's not written by me, but my colleagues. So if you look here on investment needs, there's an estimate of the cost of building climate resilient low carbon economy, and it estimates around 6 to 7% GDP by 2040. And this is a large number. On one hand, you would say it is likely to be large given that Vietnam is quite climate vulnerable given its long coastline. On the other hand, if you look at the other studies of the estimates of the cost of adaptation, it usually runs around the range of 1% to 4%. So Thailand, we think is in that range, 1 to 4%. It's not final yet. So Vietnam currently is more of an outlier in terms of the cost of climate adaptation. So here we also pull some results, like the different pathways that we measure in terms of sectoral decreases in greenhouse gases, and how would that be possible, through what means. And the yellow line is through carbon tax. I think transport is one instrument. And here we also calculate the impact on the economy in terms of employment. And that also relates to other policies to mitigate, to help people adapt through, for example, social protection or reskilling is also an important part of the moving to a greener pathway. So here I highlight some of the policies on the right side. Here, so this is a summary of the detailed public investment recommendations that we have. The highlight for Vietnam is actually on, given its large adaptation costs, we focus a lot on how can Vietnam bring about greener investments. And here's about aligning its plan with its budget. So here's looking at public financial management to align with its medium-term investment plans. And here the report goes into details on procurement, appraisal, assessing the worth of its public assets, contingent liabilities, which is important in Vietnam because Vietnam has a lot of state-owned enterprises, which is similar in many countries. Also making public procurement procedure more transparent instead of links to the environment, green growth impact could be transformative. And this has been done in Korea when Korea started to do its high-speed rail projects in many of the regions. Climate impact green growth was included in the public project appraisal and also disseminated to the public to be part of the public discourse. So I'll stop there for Vietnam. So this is the slide I was talking about. This is because the model is a CGE. It has composed of all the different sectors. We actually model what would be the burden of the reduction in carbon emissions in the mitigation scenario through the different sectors and policies. So you can see a lot of the major changes are through the transportation sector and public transportation. So in Thailand, I have a few more minutes. Do I have? Okay, 2 minutes, okay. So that's great. So for Thailand, we're just beginning, and we have the benefit of learning from the lessons from the other CCDRs. And Thailand is similar to Vietnam in the sense that it is at very high risk from climate change, extreme weather events, as witnessed by the 2011 flood. There was a big flood. And also in the last season, the discussions of flooding in Bangkok has reemerged. So this is a recurrent theme. In Thailand, the question is whether to focus on adaptation or mitigation. Thailand does have ambitious mitigation goals, but in this report, I think we will focus more on adaptation, given that there are long-term adaptation challenges for Thailand. So the mix will be important in terms of the budget, given that Thailand's fiscal space is decreasing after COVID, but it has more than Malaysia, for example. So there's room, still relatively more room, but Thailand will have to be more targeted than it was before, pre-COVID. So the key bullet here, I think, is the adaptation costs. How much would it cost for Thailand to invest in green public investments to adapt to climate change? So here we have a preliminary estimate. It's around 1.6%, which is in line with many other countries that we have looked at. And to really get into the nitty-gritty of this, we actually have to look at the project level, which assess each project in terms of its climate impact, possible damages from climate, for example. Good assessment of the 2011 impact on specific projects is actually not consolidated in a single database. So having good data on climate damages across space and time will go a long way in informing the model. And this is one of the weaknesses of the other country models that we have begun actually in Philippines, Indonesia. But we are trying to address going forward in Thailand. So for this year, we hope to build a database to assess climate damages across space and time. And this is particularly important because Thailand is prone to flood, droughts, which affects different households differently across space and time. Decisions to manage flood will also could favor certain provinces over others. So spatial, micro founded model of climate change will be particularly important, and this will feed into the fiscal policies. I understand we have a Q&A afterwards, so I'll stop here.
Thanks, Kunjen, for introducing these two important reports. And also, I think you don't really introduce them from a fiscal policy aspect. You introduce the whole policy package, right? Which is good. And also, I think colleagues could refer to their webpage to download these reports. And also, later we have Q&A. If you have some specific questions, you can ask. Now, I think let's turn to John Stanning. John Stanning is head of environment at Cambridge Econometrics, where he leads energy and climate policies. So today he will walk us through some challenges and the opportunities offered by the green fiscal instruments. Particularly, he will share with us how to address the distributional impact. Yeah, thanks. So John, please.
Thank you very much for having me. And I'm very sorry I couldn't be there in person with you today. I hope you're having a very good day. So as mentioned, I'm going to talk a bit about what I see as some of the opportunities and challenges that are offered from the work that we do. So we're an economic consultancy, and we do, along the lines of the previous speaker was talking about, sort of, looking at the macroeconomic impacts of these kinds of policies. Next slide, please. And I want to start by saying that there is clearly a role for fiscal measures, so for things like carbon taxes, and that role is primarily for what we call driving changes at the margin. So introducing or changing a tax rate, it can alter decision making, but it tends to do it for those kinds of projects that are in the balance. In particular, we can think about the use of resources or the use of existing investments being altered by a carbon tax or any other kind of environmental tax being higher or lower. However, we know that decarbonisation and really sort of reorientating our economy to minimise the environmental impact requires a much bigger systemic change. So that means really a range of packages is needed. Fiscal measures in isolation are not going to be enough. And when we say other supporting measures, what kind of things do we mean? So we know, as I mentioned, that taxes have this role in discouraging certain behaviours, particularly at the margin, but we need to think about the role of other fiscal measures, for example. So we should be thinking about and looking at fiscal measures to support the early deployment of emerging low-carbon technologies. So I'm thinking here about, for example, subsidies on the purchase of these technologies. And we also need fiscal measures to be supported by regulatory policies. I think this is particularly important where we're looking to harness immediate change. Taxes tend to be relatively slow acting. As I say, they will change things at the margin. But if you want sort of rapid systemic change, regulatory policies have been shown to really be quite effective in doing this. So the example I highlight here on the slide is if we look at the take-up of electric vehicles in Europe, regulation CO2 standards have been very effective there in forcing the manufacturers to alter the nature of the vehicles that they're producing and bringing the market with them to ensure that we've now reached in Europe a tipping point on the sale of electric vehicles. I think it's also important to say that these kinds of green fiscal measures can improve the long-term efficiency of our economies. There tends to be a big focus on the cost of doing this. And that's really because a lot of studies can focus on the cost because it's something we can measure, right? You can measure it, and if you assume that markets are operating very perfectly, essentially, in the long term, and that means all the sources are being used, so fiscal, financial resources, or labour resources are being used. If you do that and then you introduce environmental policy into the market, what you're doing is you're interfering with the operation of the market, and you fundamentally lead to worse outcomes. But my view, and Cambridge Geometric views, and an increasing number of policymakers' views, is that's not really how the world works, right? If we look at what happens in the real world, actually we see that often, not always, but often that there are unemployed resources, whether that is people, whether that is money. And actually, that means that by introducing policy, by promoting some of these technologies, we can actually lead to positive long-term economic outcomes through essentially improving the long-term efficiency. And the chart you see here on the right-hand side is for a piece of work we did for X-Tax, looking at shifting taxes away from labour essentially and onto resources as a way of sort of as a range of environmental taxation. And I think it's also important to bear in mind when we're thinking about the long-term impacts of these kinds of policies that the situation is dynamic. We tend to focus on what the situation looks like in the here and now. We know that new technologies are typically very expensive to start with, but they do come down in price as they're deployed and as they become more mature, essentially through learning by doing effects and through economies of scales. Whereas more mature technologies, for example, those based on fossil fuels, have realized most of those learning effects already. So the situation as we see it now is not going to be the same situation in 10 years, 20 years' time. And that influences how we should think about our green fiscal measures as well. We typically think about, for example, a carbon tax, which starts low and increases over time to cover technologies that have higher abatement costs. But actually, if we think that those low carbon technologies are going to come down in price in the future, that suggests actually a completely different profile of carbon tax, probably much higher early on and then decreasing over time just because the margin of the difference in cost between technologies comes down. I think, again, EVs and batteries is a really good example of this, where we see battery costs coming down very rapidly, and we're very close now to cost parity between combustion engine vehicles and electric vehicles. And then I want to say a little bit about the potential distributional effects of these kinds of policies. So you see on the right an example. This is a piece of what we did in Europe, which was looking at the potential ETS2 legislation that's been discussed there. This is in particular a tax on fossil fuels, but on those fossil fuels used by businesses, but also by households. And obviously, if you have a tax measure that's specifically targeting households, that raises the possibility of these very sort of strong distributional effects. And what the analysis on the right-hand side basically says is that if we introduce an ETS2, a price on fossil fuels, which pushed up their price by around 65–70%, even after a demand response, the low-income household ends up spending 45% more on these fossil fuels than it was previously, and in fact that's to get less of the fossil fuels. And clearly that's going to have a really big impact on their household budgets. And so it's very important that we think about these kinds of issues. And these issues are particularly important for low-income households, because typically it's low-income households that are least able to avoid these taxes. So if we think about this, for example, as a tax on transport fuels, we've already said that at the moment electric vehicles are typically more expensive than combustion engine vehicles. Also, of course, low-income households don't buy new vehicles, so they're in the second-hand market where that's definitely the case. And actually, that means that these low-income households are not as likely to be able to buy an EV as the middle-income and higher-income households, and therefore they will continue to pay the tax even as those other households move away from the technology and are able to avoid the tax. So we can see that this can be really exacerbated if we're looking at these relatively high-cost technologies at the moment. And how can they be mitigated or avoided? Well, before I get to that, just let's say a little bit about what we can do in the general sense with these public revenues, right? We typically think about using environmental taxes, such as carbon taxes, as an opportunity to remove or reduce other taxes. And this is true, they can be used for that, but they can also be used for other purposes. So I've talked a bit about the negative impact of policies. They can also be used to accelerate the green transition. So we're thinking here about those kind of subsidies, or indeed R&D subsidies that might be other ways of using these revenues. And how those revenues are used has a major impact on policy, and we've shown this time and time again through our modelling. So this chart on the right again looks at our ETS2 study. In what we call the ETS scenario here, the revenues are used to pay down government debt. So there's no recycling of revenues. And that leads to negative outcomes. Essentially, consumers and businesses face higher prices without any benefits from the revenues. But then if you use the revenues in different ways...
Sorry, I have to slightly interrupt you. Can you just check the slides if it's the right one? Because I think to ensure our participants are following you very...
sorry, yes, we should. Sorry, could we move on to the next slide, please? Sorry, so this is the chart I was talking about. So you can see here, this again is from the same study. The ETS scenario is the one where the revenues are used to pay down government debt. So there's a negative impact on all households because they're paying these higher prices. Whereas in the other scenarios where we use the revenues in different ways, whether that's to reduce tax rates, whether it's to investment in R&D, or whether it's just lump sum transfers to households. These have much bigger effects, and indeed you can see the distribution effects look different between them as well. So it is important that we think about this and that we're not just focused on the cost side, on the environmental impacts, but also on how we can mitigate those distributional effects. If we move on to the next slide, please. And okay, how can we mitigate those distributional impacts? And I've highlighted 3 ways here. The first is sort of lump sum transfers to households. The big challenge here is that they can be very complex to deliver. If you're going to target these at low-income households, that requires having a lot of information about people and having a mechanism to be able to give money to those low-income households. There is also the risk of what we call rebound effects. So rebound effects, what we mean here is that essentially we're giving money to households, they're going to spend that, essentially we're boosting their consumption, and that can lead to negative environmental impacts because they're spending money on things that lead to the generation of emissions and other environmental impacts. So that's a major challenge around household transfers, and indeed anything that really distributes money back to low-income households. We can think of doing it through subsidies for new technologies. Really, you want these to be targeted. If we're sort of thinking about EV subsidies, for example, otherwise clearly we end up helping those people who can most afford it rather than those that can't. So it needs to be targeted. If it's targeted, you have the same issue around delivery, the complexities of that, of those kinds of measures. Otherwise, you can use it to strengthen existing redistribution. So really what we mean here is using the existing tax and benefit system and making sure that you improve the progressiveness of your existing systems. That clearly addresses the complexity issue. You can use it to change income tax rates or benefits, for example. However, I think a key challenge here is about the messaging. So the links to the environmental taxation are much less clear. If it's a lump sum payment, you can say, well, look, you're getting this money because of the CO2 tax. If you're just saying, well, we're tweaking existing tax rate or existing benefit systems, that is much less clear. Next slide, please. And I just want to finish by sort of summarising then what I've talked about today. So there clearly is a role for fiscal and tax policies in contributing to the change that we need to decarbonise our societies and to reduce the environmental impact of our societies. But it needs careful evaluation, and it needs to be part of a wider policy environment that includes other measures, and it needs to bear in mind how fast this change needs to happen. our work has shown over many studies that these kind of green fiscal measures do offer an opportunity for what we call a double dividend. So this is both an environmental and an economic benefit. But we need to carefully design those measures to make sure we get that double dividend, but also to address, in particular, these potential distributional impacts and the fact that some of these issues can lead to very bad outcomes or negative outcomes for low-income households. I'll finish there. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, John. I think it's always great to listen to your critical and insightful analysis, because like today when we are talking about how to leverage green fiscal policies, but your message is also very clear. We shall not only use green fiscal policies, we shall also use other policy instruments to accomplish these so-called green fiscal policies. I think that's very clear, and thanks for also introducing how to address those distributional impact. I think it's very helpful. I think now Actually, I also took a look of our participants today. I think it's a long day. I also understand some of our participants perhaps a little bit tired, so please feel free. If some speakers' presentations are more interesting, so you please pay more attention. Otherwise, you can please enjoy your other things. It's totally flexible. So now let's turn to Richard Lin. Richard is a KPMG partner, and he is specialized in the CBAM cross-border adjustment mechanism, which is cross-border tax. And he will introduce us the update of this border tax, and particularly he will share with us implication of this border tax to Asia Pacific from practical point of view, and also from the policy and the trade and economic point of view. So Richard, please. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. The honor is mine being here with you. I'm so happy to see a lot of smiley faces just now in one picture. I think we have not had such kind of experience for the past 2 or 3 years. So it is my great honor and happiness to be with you guys here. A bit of, oh, sorry. Maybe I press it again if it's not working. Okay. Oh, yes. Just a bit introduction to myself and my team so that you know where I am coming from and how I and my team see these things. First of all, I think my team consists of environmental and carbon-related engineers. So they are not economics, they are engineers. And we use ISO standards for our practice. So that is quite different from some other people in the market. One of the key reasons why we use the angle of engineering on this is because I think the fundamental part of climate change or carbon management or environmental management, it is a matter of engineering. That is very important because without that engineering foundation, a lot of things would make no sense at all. So here is a phrase that is very important. At least I think it is very important. That is, one town be one town. This phrase relates to how carbon management should work fundamentally. So let's get started with the journey today. So carbon seems one of the most useful measures for government to push enterprises to combat climate issue. To some extent, this has been proved in the EU. The EU implemented the carbon emission trading system, EU ETS, starting from 2005, and has made significant progress in reducing carbon emission under EU ETS. The EU ETS is actually a tax system, making the emitters to pay carbon tax. The difference from a traditional tax system is that the taxes are not paid to the government for secondary distribution. They are paid directly to the companies who have already taken actions to reduce carbon emission. This is kind of a very efficient manner because the more you reduce carbon emission, the less carbon taxes you pay. The more you work on decarbonization, you can even get benefits directly from this system without the secondary distribution from the government. This is an efficient system. Starting from last year, the EU would like to take a step further and try to introduce starting from last year, the EU would like to take a step further and try to introduce a new system called Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, CBAM. CBAM is kind of mirroring the EU ETS to the rest of the world. Under CBAM, when the in-scope goods are imported into the EU, the importer will have to buy carbon emission allowance based on the EU ETS carbon price. The EU would like CBAM to help them achieve two goals. It has been an issue under EU ETS that companies may avoid EU ETS by relocating the facilities from the EU to non-EU areas. The EU would like CBAM to solve this so-called carbon leakage issue. The other one is to reduce and remove the free carbon allowance under EU ETS. Because the EU ETS is not a key topic here, so I will not elaborate this point. Based on our initial estimation on China, CBAM may give rise to additional 10% to 20% landed cost for exports from China to the EU. If we use, for example, 10% as an assumption and use the 2021 figures of exports from China to the EU with CBAM, it is going to be 25 billion carbon tax to pay. This is huge. What is worse is that once the EU adopted this mechanism, the other jurisdiction would do the same. It would end up like no matter where you produce, where you sell to, you need to pay carbon costs in the future. Therefore, we need decarbonization, and we also need policy funding and financing to help the companies to decarbonize. That is very important. In addition to the carbon cost, the management and compliance is also a significant challenge. And here comes the key term, MRV, monitoring, reporting, and verification. For governments and enterprises in Asia, in Pacific, MRV is the challenge. On the other hand, MRV is also the solution. In the interest of time, I will not elaborate how significant the impact could be, but talk about three potential measures to take. Sorry, it does not work. Oh, yes, now here it comes. First of all, MRV, each jurisdiction should form its own strategy around MRV so the enterprises can handle the carbon challenges at home and abroad. One thing that we may also consider is that should countries in Asia and in Pacific join our hands together and form a harmonized strategy and system on MRV, this is a question for you to consider. If I may, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that the gap about MRV between developed countries like the EU and Asia Pacific is huge. Secondly, we may consider to offer carbon funds as well as low interest rate loans to enterprises. This should be handled carefully because this may trigger WTO issues. Thirdly, we may need to consider the cross-border carbon mechanism from an indirect tax perspective. We may treat it as customs duty or excise duty, or if we try to avoid double taxation and the cascading effect, we may also treat it as the traditional turnover tax like VAT. With such kind of a mechanism, we will allow a refund of carbon charges upon exportation, so that the goods, when they arrive in another jurisdiction, the mechanism in that jurisdiction would apply without any carbon cost from the exporting country, right? Sorry. Yeah. When it comes to decarbonization, there are a few key aspects. Apparently, we need preferential policies and green finance on green transition and technology innovation. Let's not forget the needs and the funding and financing needs for supply chain decarbonization. For enterprises in many sectors, the carbon emission from supply chains takes up more than 70 or even 80% of all. This issue here is that a lot of the players in the supply chain are SMEs. They may not have sufficient resources or capacity in managing decarbonization. The last part is GHG emission and reduction management. And here comes the cornerstone of this. Again, it is MRV. MRV is the fundamental instrument because it is the management system for reliable quantification, the so-called 1 ton be 1 ton. Let's assume without, what would happen without MRV? Without MRV, governments and enterprise would not be able to measure the baseline GHG management performance. Without MRV, it would be difficult to administer green finance, and we may end up with all kinds of greenwashing. Without mature MRV, as we see in some countries, there will be frauds and administration issues in carbon tax and ETS administration. If we'd like to get only one thing from my presentation, that should be MRV, and that we need funding and financing to help enterprises in developing countries to build and improve their MRV. I would like to wrap up my presentation with these 4 questions. Please use these questions to ask the enterprises and consider their answers when you're working on the policy. It is very important that we involve private sector companies in the journey from green to gold. And let's join our hands together to combat climate risk and make our world a green and sustainable world. That's pretty much from me. Feel free to contact me if you have any question. Now I'll pass it back to Tianyu.
Thanks, Richard. I think your presentation is also very interesting because I think today we heard so many high-level policy analysis, and Richard just reminded us MRV is very important, even it's very practical angle. And also, I think he mentioned the EU ETS as a sort of kind of tax. I think this, I think academically speaking, perhaps people have different views, but I think it's very consistent with Indonesia ETS plus carbon tax structure, which I think further can be explored perhaps for new instruments. I think after the 3 presentations, I would like to take 1 or 2 questions. Considering for the sake of time, so if you have any questions, particularly regarding the 3 presentations and 3 presenters, please raise your hand. Thanks. Okay, so this lady, please, first. She's first. Yeah.
World Bank. Can you hear me? Yes. Yeah. Have you considered investment needed and environmental and social impacts also in your modeling exercise? If yes, what are the indicators used? If not, how do you prioritize investment just by looking at GHG emissions only?
I think the answer is.
Hello? Okay. So in the framework that we use, we look at environmental, social impacts on human capital. That said, in the Vietnam study, one weakness, that was the one weakness we had. It was a first study in Asia. We did not have enough data to look at the impact on social, human capital aspects. But we know that that is an important area, and precisely one of the speakers talked about the distributional impacts is key, and one of the policies to deal with would be transfers, social protection for the vulnerable, for the poor, and for the unemployed and aged. And as I think it was a Cambridge speaker said, it is a more difficult set of policies to enact, so it was not given that much focus in the Vietnam report. But I think for a country like Thailand, it will be more important, given that Thailand has the infrastructure to do those social transfers in place from the experience of COVID, and could be built upon that more in the green transition also.
So next question, please.
Thank you. Matthew from Cambridge. Richard, thank you for an excellent talk. You're an engineer, yes?
No, I'm not. I'm the only one who is not an engineer in the team.
Oh, right, okay.
I
you
have
a lawyer
to
by
be
chance?
honest about this.
Are you a lawyer by chance?
Yes.
You are
I'm a lawyer. Yeah, I'm a
excellent.
lawyer.
Well, then my question really is directly for you. And I'm an economist, so I don't know this. Genuine question. In the Paris Agreement, we set out, under international law, a principle of common but differentiated responsibilities.
Yeah.
If we have a single carbon price in CBAM, how does that represent a differentiated responsibility? Because if the US wants to export into Europe, and if Malaysia wants to export into Europe, and they face the same border adjustment mechanism, it's common. I don't see it's differentiated.
So this is a very, very good question, and a very challenging one, and it is a very big topic. My understanding is that it is an early stage of the journey, but it would get to a point that I think carbon tax or carbon pricing would become a universal system like WTO. With that, I think we may, of course, we may have different carbon price in different jurisdictions. Like under WTO, we may have different customs duty rate for different jurisdictions. But the point is, under this mechanism, we should form some sort of policy to help us make enterprises to take action. That is very important. And using a carbon pricing is one of the most efficient way, in my opinion.
And if I may just add a little bit, I think the professor's point is about the carbon price in Paris Agreement. But I think Richard's the presentation is about the carbon border adjustment mechanism, which is initiated by EU. So that's most of the, it's not unilateral things, right? So I think those are different things. And under Paris Agreement, I don't think the universal carbon price can be agreed, as you mentioned, because there is differentiated responsibilities there. So I think those two topics are slightly different from my understanding.
If I may add one more point is that I don't think it would make sense to come to a universal carbon price globally. But the thing is, like the fundamental principle under WTO. For any jurisdiction, the carbon price or the carbon cost level at home and abroad should be in line. That is more important than a universal global carbon price. Yeah.
Okay, I think we just stop now. We start our next sub-session, and before that, I think I'd like to let you both decide if you want to stay here or leave. But you are much welcome. Otherwise, you can feel free.
Sure.
Okay, thanks. Thank you both. But if colleagues have more questions to both of them, please feel free to follow up. Yeah. So now we come to the next sub-session of our green fiscal policies for green and energy transition. So for this sub-session, we also have 3 presentations. I would say it's very exciting for me personally. So first one is from the IEA colleagues about carbon price and energy transition experiences and lessons. The second one is Chinese experience sharing of the energy transition and the green transition from a fiscal policy aspects. The third one is Indian experience of fossil fuel subsidy reform experience sharing. So first, I would like to turn to Sarah. Sarah is the head of the environment unit of IEA. She's overseeing the energy and environment policy things, and particularly she's working on with many emerging countries in these issues. So Sarah, please.
Thank you very much, Jian Yu, and I apologize in advance. I've woken up with a bit of a sore throat, so hopefully people can hear me okay. So thank you very much. So as Jian Yu mentioned, I'm with the International Energy Agency. We're an intergovernmental organization based in Paris, France. And we work through data analysis and insights to help governments with clean energy transitions that are secure and sustainable. And my team in particular is a policy-focused team and do work on sort of climate and policy integration issues with a range of countries. And that's sort of the perspective I'll be coming from, is sort of sharing some views on that and then some context from the energy transition challenge overall. So I will have some animations in the slides, so please I'll ask for clicking and for changing slides, so please be patient. And Jian Yu, please don't hesitate to just interrupt me after about 10 minutes if I'm taking too long. So one thing I wanted to start was just an overview of sort of emissions from energy. You can do maybe 3 clicks for this slide already. So we're going to be doing, just looking at the trajectory that we do every year as the IEA in our World Energy Outlook. So this data will be from last year's Outlook. The new one is coming out in a few weeks. So you can click, please. Yeah, can click one more time. Thank you. So this just shows before 2015, in our scenarios, this was sort of how we expected emissions to go on in a sort of current policy sort of assessment. Is the expectation was sort of that emissions would sort of keep going up. If you click one more time, we'll see that last year, if we sort of looked at what is the state of policies that are being implemented, that has changed the trajectory, but it is not at all, say, in line with the actual goals of the Paris Agreement in terms of stabilizing emissions. So you can do 2 more clicks. And what we have now, you can do 1 more click as well, is we have much more ambitious policies. So if you look at what countries are pledging, this was the yellow wedge is what was coming into Glasgow, and the orange was even just what was announced at that conference itself. And if those pledges are actually implemented fully, that's a big assumption, but that's sort of the exercise. That really bends the curve quite a lot. It doesn't bend it enough with this green wedge, which is the net zero by 2050, which is the IEA's assessment that the energy sector would need to reach net zero emissions by 2050 to be in line with the overall Paris Agreement of getting closer to a 1.5 stabilization and having a higher chance of that kind of level of stabilization. And to bridge that gap, we see sort of very broadly speaking kind of 2 things. You need to sort of accelerate deployment of things that are already cost effective, that we know how to do. So there's renewable technologies now that are quite cost effective. There's things like reducing methane emissions, really boosting efficiency, electrifying certain end uses already. And those things are not happening fast enough. But there are things that we know how to do and that are cost effective. There are also things where we need more innovation to be able to, for those things to go even faster. And there's things where we struggle to know really how we might actually close that gap, especially later on. And so you need a lot of innovation, and you need to test processes, technologies, business models even to reach that gap. And so next slide, please. That's why you also have a policy mix, because those are a lot of different things that you need to do. So this is a very illustrative marginal abatement cost curve, which kind of is meant to illustrate the cost of a certain intervention and then the amount of emissions that that intervention could have. And they're usually done for a sector within an economy or within an economy. But the fact is, the pricing and carbon pricing is interesting because it can act across that whole sort of emissions potential. But the role it might play for certain types of measures could change. So in some cases, that price could really help trigger a certain kind of change. It could lead to an investment decision or an operational change. And in other aspects, it might just play a part of a role, either because there are areas and sectors where price is not a significant enough trigger, or would need to be too high for that trigger to happen. And regulation might be just a better way of doing that, given it's complicated to do through price. And there's places where, again, if you're talking about certain technologies, their cost could also just be too high, and you would need too high a price for that to make a change. And I think this goes back also a little bit to something John Stenning was saying, that measures don't exist in isolation. So for a price to trigger a kind of change, it needs to be in a context where it can do that. So are there alternatives to the behavior you are disincentivizing through pricing? If you're in an electricity mix or a system where there isn't no installation of renewables, what are people going to generate instead of something that's emitting? So you need to have things in place, and depending on the sector, those things will vary on how that price will act. So that's an important thing to remember, and I think that's something when we work with countries is very key to understanding. So what is their existing policy mix? Where do they think the price could have an impact, and what would need to be in place for that measure to actually lead to that change? So, again, if you're increasing increasing the price of certain fuels through a carbon price, if people don't have any alternatives, then you have a lot of those distributional issues that John was mentioning, and you don't actually even have a greenhouse gas reduction. So very, very important to keep these things in context. Next slide, please. So you can click through 5 clicks, I think it is. There, that's it. So these are the things where we see carbon pricing can have an impact. So it can be both, depending again on the context and what are the other technologies available, what system are this pricing taking place in. It can phase out polluting technologies like coal, and it can lead to increasing low carbon technologies. It can lead to efficiency, especially in industry or commercial practices. And again, one thing that John really has discussed is these measures can generate revenue, and how that revenue is used is very important. And in terms of innovation and spurring sort of the changes, we also saw that mentioned in his presentation. So you can use it for distributional issues, and you can also use it, as is the case in the European emissions trading system, directly for innovative investments. So next slide, please. And if you just kind of look at, what we see today, there's a real variety in how these instruments are implemented today. On the price level, the left-hand bar shows the real kind of range of prices today. So a lot of emissions, it's under $10, but can go up to 137. This is both under ETSs and taxes, so a big range. And for interest, I put the range in our scenarios that we use, from blue, which is stated policies, and then green all the way to net zero. These are not explicit carbon prices, but these are the price ranges used to instigate change. So they do go up over time, but it's true, I think, what John was saying, that after 2050, it would be, it could play a very different role in an actual sort of system that's almost decarbonized. And the range here is there is, it's a global energy model, but there is no single price. So the range is that you would have quite different prices in different jurisdictions. And in terms of use of revenues, that's from the World Bank. Again, used differently. Quite a bit currently that is focused on climate, but again, can also be used for general budget, for fiscal balancing. And again, perhaps no right answer. That is a jurisdictional decision, but perhaps, as John was showing, there can be different impacts of how you use that revenue as well. So next slide. You can click twice, just to say again, the type of instrument can really vary, whether it's taxation, whether it's a trading system. You can have combinations of both these instruments being used depending on the sector, for example, in Canada, which is quite complicated in terms of how that's implemented. And then the sectoral coverage, and here you will see that power and industry tend to be sectors that are very much covered by these instruments, and especially emissions trading systems. Tend to be easier to implement, and actors within these two sectors, industry and power, tend to sometimes prefer a system that is market-based, like an emissions trading system, for various reasons. It can be something that they are more comfortable managing. So I'm going to give a few examples of ETS pricing in an ETS system in power in the next few slides, because that is a very key sector, and in the countries we've been interacting with, that's been a sector that's been of interest to start an ETS or start testing an ETS in, because there's often better data in that sector and fewer sort of emitters. So next slide is just more of a historical example from the UK. Which implemented a sort of a fixed price of carbon, so sort of a tax on top of the ETS price. At that time, it was in the EU ETS system. Prices were very low in 2013, and the UK decided that wasn't leading to the impacts it wanted. And we see that coal being the blue line, gas being the orange line, very much tipped the balance over. So even a small price increase was enough for coal decline to get faster. And basically in a 6-year period, I think from 2013 to 2019, you sort of half the UK coal-fired capacity. And there's a shift to gas. What's not on this chart is also wind starts picking up quite a bit more from 2016, so after 1 year after the price support. And solar from 2013 starts increasing more steadily as well. The context of the UK, though, is very important. It is a liberalized power market. So how different power sources are dispatched in that system are sensitive to price and to carbon price. And that isn't the case everywhere, but it's also it's not the case necessarily in countries that are interested in implementing carbon pricing and ETSs in their power sector. So if we go to the next slide, this is a busy one, but I will just talk you through it very quickly. This is looking at work we did with Thailand, and we did analysis of Thailand's power system and looking at sort of renewables and carbon pricing and how that could work. On the left, you see PDP, which is Thailand's power development plan, because Thailand does have a process where it plans, it has a 10-year planning system for its power system and what that mix could be. So if this flexible one is looking at, could you increase the flexibility within the system itself to increase the amount of renewables, and it shows that you really can do that. Again, not with massive changes, but with small improvements to the flexibility of the system. But that does not shift the amount of coal in the system, whereas we found that implementing a carbon price really does do that. So it has a much bigger effect on removing the most emitting source and shifting towards something like gas. And if you want that shift to be from coal to renewables rather than coal to gas, you would need to have certain other changes in the way the market was designed. So next slide, please. I'll just mention Korea, because Korea has an emissions trading system for many years now, and in a regulated electricity market. And there were many challenges with how this would be implemented in Korea, because the dispatch decisions in the electricity system are sort of assessed and are not purely on the cost basis, and the carbon price was not included in that assessment. And also the ability to pass on that cost as a broader signal is also very limited. And so there were other changes, design changes made to the system in terms of it covering indirect emissions from electricity consumption, and also then trying to make changes at the level of dispatch and introducing something they call environmental dispatch, introducing a very small sort of charge and retail pricing, which currently is probably not very visible given energy pricing context, but so there were other, again, policy instruments that were used to try and enhance the signal and have it do what it would do. So again, this whole important point of these measures not being in isolation, and for these things to actually work, you need them. They are within a broader context. So next slide, which will be my last example, is a much broader study we did on China's power system with Tsinghua University, and on their RPS, their renewable policy, and their ETS, and what, if you changed or tweaked the design of that, having it achieve the same sort of emissions trajectory, what would you see? And the biggest changes were in the actual mix. So just to show that how you design something like the ETS really can have an impact. So I would there's a lot here, but if you just pay attention to the last 3 rows of ETS plus. So ETS plus BM is if you take China's current ETS design, which is an intensity-based benchmarking system, that you really make those benchmarks very stringent. What happens compared to if you don't make them as stringent, but you auction some of the allowances, or if you change the design entirely and you impose just a cap on emissions. So we see the big differences with the benchmark because you're sort of constraining what people can do in the system. You end up getting a lot more CCS in your mix to comply with the system. Whereas in the auctioning and cap, you push it towards more of looking for lower cost options and the ability to do that, and there's a much higher incentive for that. And that boosts non-hydro renewables much more. And in an in a cap type situation, even with free allowances, you would actually overachieve the renewable target for 2035. So the big changes are how much coal is there and how much CCS for your coal to keep the emissions low, and then how much renewables. Whereas for those other sources, they remain relatively stable going forward. Next slide was just to mention something on industry. I think in line with the CBAM presentation we discussed, but I'm not going to go into this very much. We're seeing now with countries that were interested in the past few years on looking at power and ETS and power are thinking about what does this mean if we expand it to industry. This is a much more complicated question, not just technically, but from a political economy perspective, and I think we are seeing that now in CBAM discussions. And there's been various strategies for introducing these kinds of pricing systems and ETSs and protecting economy and shifting gradually to other types of system. But to date, there is not much evidence that the ETS has led to huge reductions in emissions because the signal actually has not been strong. So it has really been implemented in a way that basically minimizes its impacts on industry. So it remains to be seen, perhaps, how that will work once it is implemented more fully in certain jurisdictions. So I think I'm just going to share my last slide now. Next slide, please. Yeah. Basically, our real takeaway is there's no perfect system. Sometimes when we talk about emissions trading systems and carbon pricing, it's very much from this perspective of here's the economics and here's how it works, and you need these things before the market has to be like this and like this for this to work perfectly. But it's just, there is no perfect system. You need a toolkit, you need different measures. Pricing can play kind of a unique role. It can be very useful and very key. But how it will work and what it will trigger will really vary by sector, by the characteristics of the sector in a particular country. And what is it really going to trigger, and are things in place for it to have the effect that you want? And that little figure at the bottom just kind of shows the process we go through when we're thinking about these types of policies within a particular energy sector. And first of all, it's our key thing is how you design these things is very important, and they need to be designed according to the context. And maybe they won't be perfect, but they can do something and they can help, and anything that helps you reduce your emissions is probably good. And if it's something you can implement, then that's good. And also that, like a lot of things, the designs and how we implement these things has to adjust over time. Contexts change, situations change, and we're seeing in emissions trading systems sometimes you can design them in ways where making those adjustments is actually easier than if you used another policy instrument, and that can be an advantage in certain contexts. So I think I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sarah. Actually, I think Sarah has summarized well, but just let me allow me to also highlight some of her message. I think she mentioned the carbon pricing, what carbon pricing can do, can trigger, and for its energy transition. And the examples, for instance, the UK is a liberated power market, and in the South Korea, which is a regulated power market, and in the Chinese context, how to really design the ETS and the carbon tax to really fit into local context. I think that's very important, and also that's a key message to me. Now I think it's also. Now it's time for this very exciting, I think, country experience sharing of China and India. So first, let me invite Dr. Xinhua, who is a professor at the Chinese Academy of the Physical Science, and she will introduce us the Chinese experience of the green transition and energy transition. Dr. Shi, please.
Let me share the screen.
Sorry, we cannot see the slides.
How about this? Huh? Is it okay?
I think, yeah, I think now it works. It works. Yeah, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. So is this from beginning slides? Okay. Oops. It's my pleasure to attend this meeting, and I still remember the 5 years ago, and my colleague and I attend a research program which is funded by UNDP. It's named Climate Public Expenditure and Institution Review. And during the research, I had several discussions with UNDP experts, and also I had opportunity to attend the dialogues with officials and experts from Pakistan. And all those discussions is very helpful. And today, I'd like to share the China's fiscal policy practice and how to promote green and low carbon transformation. And China has put forward a new concept of ecological civilization, which as a guide to actively respond to the climate change. And as you know, China promised to achieve carbon peak by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2060. And in my opinion, the key to double carbon is to promote transformation of energy structure. When you see the China's energy structure, and I think transformation of energy structure is most important. As for the revenue side of the public finance, there are several tax tools, such like environmental protection tax, resource tax, and consumption tax policy. And also, there are large preferential policies about VAT and corporate income tax. Our tax policy is try to regulate the behavior of enterprises and household, try to restrain the high pollution and high energy consumption, and also the ecological deduction, and try to change the behavior of extensive development model. And also, all the tax policies try to incentivize the behavior of save energy, reduce emission, and also encourage the innovate and develop. And from the expenditure side, there are a lot of policy tools such as special funds and incentive subsidies funds, which is subsidy after the after the change, and we also have the financial subsidy interests to the green loan and green bonds, and also the industrial invest funds, and the government green procurement and green transfer payment, and all the tools try to make green low carbon transformation. And the most goal or the aim is to optimizing the energy structure. So the special funds are the policies to support photovoltaic and wind power generation, and also support for the household to the new energy vehicle purchase, and support the charging piles infrastructure for the new energy vehicle, and subsidy to the new energy bus and utilization. And there's also the clean heating in winter in North rural areas, which also get subsidies for the rural areas household. And also
I think the doctors, please just wait for a minute. I think now currently we have some technical issue. People couldn't see your.
Well, we see the government green investment. We can see a great increase from 2015 and 2020. A total amount reached more than 3 trillion yuan, and the annual growth is more than 4%. And a lot of investment is on the infrastructure, clean energy, industrial energy saving equipment, and the green technology transformation. And also, policy tried to establish ecological compensation mechanism, which is supposed forest and the grassland ecological compensation. And also, there's support to the environmental restoration of abandoned mines. And since 2004, there's we established a government green procurement institution, and since 2019, all the government procurement shares for the compulsory and preferential procurement of energy saving and water saving products account over 90% of the same amount products. And in 2021, there's 6 pilot cities launch green buildings such as hospitals and schools. The investment amount is nearly 100 billion yuan, and it covers more than 200 pilot projects. And all the tax policies and the expenditures try to establish a market-oriented, diversified investment mechanism. And this is include other policy tools such as trading system of carbon emission rights, and also public and private partnership financing. And in recent years, we will include qualified green low carbon projects into the scope of local government bond support. And National Green Development Fund is established to support the green development. And in 2021, the balance of Chinese green loans exceed more than 15 trillion yuan, and the green bonds exceed 1 trillion yuan. And there's a lot of interest is paid by interest subsidies by the public finance. And for the market-oriented investment mechanism, and this chart shows the PPP financing witnessed a great increase. And on July 16, 2021, CCETE launched online trading. And after a year, and the trading exchange system have made a great progress, I think. So the key emission unit in the power generation industry, there are more than 2,162 units are included, and covering 4.5 billion tons of carbon dioxide emissions. And I want to share some comments about the fiscal policies. I think all the tax and the expenditure policies have positive effects. The policy is useful to guide market entities to abandon the extensive development model, and they have incentives to transformation and upgrading. And the most positive one is energy and resource utilization efficiency greatly improved. Here's the data from 2012 to 2021 for the energy consumption per unit of GDP decreased more than 26%, and the carbon dioxide emissions per unit of GDP decreased by 34%, and also the immigration reduction effect of major policies obvious. And another positive effect is about the supporting energy transformation. I think the fiscal policy and tax policies are helpful to optimizing the structure of energy production and consumption. In 2001, China's clean energy consumption will reach more than 25%. Over 2012, it's by increase of more than 11%. And renewable energy consumption will reach 13%, and the coal consumption decreased to 56%, which is lower than that of 2012, more than 12%. Another one is all the policy support to actively develop green buildings, which support policy covers green building areas, especially in
Dr.
rural areas.
Sorry to interrupt. Can you slightly and just speed up because we are running late? Thanks.
Okay. I'll quick finish. And another one is the market expectation and green investment preference improved greatly. And the green low carbon investment becomes a new trend. Another one is the policy promote inclusive development to support the relocation of employees of the industries and is combined to the poverty alleviation. So I think multiple objectives with low cost and low risk, and how to make the long-term goal realization and the financial sustainability is really a challenge, and how to focus on the key areas and how to match the key area, different areas with appropriate policy tools. And most important, I think, stressing the international cooperation in addressing the climate change areas and share advanced technology and experience is also important. So that's all. Thank you for your patience and time.
Oh, thanks for Dr. Shi. I think you provided a very comprehensive Chinese experience of green transition. Particularly, it's not just from energy transition; it also includes wider this environmental goals, and particularly you split from the expenditure side and this revenue side. I think it's very useful, and particularly we can see the progress of the recent years with different development stages, and the policies are also changing, and particularly we see the PPP, and also we see the green procurement, these kind of things to really incentivize green investment. That's very useful. So now we turn to Kartik. Kartik is the director of Water, Energy, and Environment Center. So he will share with us the Indian experience, particularly on the fossil fuel subsidy reform. So Kartik, please.
Thank you, Tianyu. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Do you want me to present my screen, or are your colleagues? Oh, perfect. There's a slide that's going up. Okay.
We do.
Just 1 second. Let me just. I might have to. Okay. Yeah. Can you click forward 1 slide, please? Yeah. Perfect. Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge, of course, my colleagues, Tarun and Pratik, who've helped me put this together. It's a piece of work that UNDP colleagues came across, I think, a few weeks ago, and they wanted us to sort of present some of the findings from there directly to this group. CEW, for those of you who are not familiar, we're a policy research organization based out of here in New Delhi. We're about 12 years old. Those are some of the things that we do. Yeah, move on to the next slide, please. One more click. Yeah. So, I'm really glad I'm going last here, primarily because I think a lot of our colleagues before, John, Sarah, and others have really laid the groundwork in terms of what some of these policies can do in the various contexts, whether it's in Europe or the UK. I don't think the assessment is any different in India, but we'll just take a look at what is actual sort of, policy delivered in terms of, specifically from the perspective of subsidies for the Indian economy, and what does that mean for India's ability to transition to a greener energy mix. As part of the study that we carried out, which is listed at the bottom there, you will see that we've mapped energy subsidies over the course of the last 7 or 8 years in a joint initiative with the IISD. It's really an accounting exercise. I think one of our colleagues earlier presented and talked about MRV. So this, I guess, is the most basic form of MRV. We're able to at least document what the subsidy levels are, and we're providing that transparent inventory. So we look at government subsidies, we look at public sector undertaking expenditure, because those in some sense are also some form of support. And we also look at lending by public finance institutions. Interestingly, the last time we also captured what is the implications for India's federal revenues as well on account of energy sources. It doesn't really speak to subsidies, but it's sort of like the flip side of the coin, and let's understand where that stands. And of course, finally, just looking at the revenues and the subsidies, and to talk about what does India need to do better in order to enable this transition. Next slide, please. So for those of who are uninitiated, so what is it? So we go with the WTO definition of what a subsidy is, and it's we look at specific sectors. We look at coal, oil, gas, transmission distribution sector, renewable energy, and EVs. But for the purpose of this talk, we will largely focus on fossil fuels because we're really looking to sort of move away from there. There are 3 levels of support, as you can see. Explicit subsidies, which are basically taxes foregone or revenues explicitly provided in support of consumption or production of fossil fuels. We also have PSU investments. Just like China, India also has a significant presence of public sector undertakings in the energy industry. In fact, some of the wealthiest corporations in the country are actually energy companies. So in some sense, one can say that Indian public sector undertakings are really sort of dependent on the energy sector in its current form to thrive. And we also have lending by PFIs to construction and infrastructure development in the energy space. At the bottom, you will see the aggregate levels in terms of overall amounts of rupees that are spent in either in subsidies or in revenues. And what will stand out there is that the subsidies that the Indian government provides towards fossil fuel energy consumption are 1/3 of the revenues that they actually generate from there. So while there is, of course, a growing debate, in the G20 or in other circles or perhaps in the G7 to rethink fossil fuel subsidies, let's also be very clear that in the case of India, it's really, robbing Peter to pay Paul or any other equivalent. You're basically sort of taxing the hell out of fossil fuels, and then you sort of pay subsidies at nominal rates to, well, sometimes targeted, sometimes not. And in effect, fossil fuels still are a big source of revenue for the government, but really it is what they do with the revenue that really then drives the adoption of cleaner technology. And I think that both John and Sarah have sort of covered in their presentations in some way. Next slide, please. So where are the key subsidies? So you will see that, obviously India being a net importer of oil and gas has always had to subsidize oil and gas consumption because it comes at a significant premium because we purchase in dollars and our purchasing power is not as much. And if all of you remember, there was this big downslide in the oil prices down to the middle of 2016, which is when sort of subsidies went down to their lowest levels that we've seen so far, but then have subsequently sort of rebounded, not least because of oil, because even though oil has sort of started to pick up from the $30 that it was there in 2016, we see that other elements, for instance, which is transmission distribution sector losses, which constitutes the largest share of subsidies in India, have consistently stayed at the levels that you're seeing them currently at. And this has significant implications. So off the top, for those of you who are not familiar with the INR crore and the dollars, so we're looking at roughly about $30 to $40 billion worth of subsidies there, at the 200,000 mark, right? So there's a fair bit of money that's actually being spent in the Indian system to subsidize electricity consumption through the utilities where there is under recovery of costs. Now, whether all of that constitutes a subsidy explicitly is something that can be debated. But the challenge is that this is a bit of a political economy question, as many of you who have examined the Indian system would know, and it's not easy to wean off. And this stands to be the fundamental bottleneck between Indian utilities at the state level adopting greener sort of sources of energy, primarily electricity, moving away from fossil fuel-based generation, primarily coal, because effectively they are not able to sort of find the revenues on account of these subsidies that they provide to make the investments that are necessary to actually make this transition away from coal-based generation. And we see that overall subsidies for RE also unfortunately have sort of fallen, while the levels have always remained sort of low. This dip is not necessarily a good sign. There is growing sort of call that RE is already has achieved grid parity in some way because of the costs of the prices that we've discovered for RE. For instance, something as low as 3 cents or 4 cents per kilowatt hour. And as a result, there is a call for subsidies to be withdrawn. While they've not explicitly played out, there is obviously sort of this loss in confidence in some way in the way RE projects are turning out because of delays in payments. And as a result, sort of overall deployment has not kept pace with the growth of the rest of the system. Next slide, please. Coal subsidies. So we see that coal-based subsidies, we're sort of expanding that coal number there for you. The largest portion of the coal-based subsidies basically is the differential tax rates that are imposed on coal. This, by the way, does not account for a significant $7 a ton tax. That is, it's not 7 anymore because of the sliding rupee, but near about there, that is imposed on coal. This only looks at the tax differential between coal and nominal commodities that one would expect sort of coal to lie in parity with. And we find that that itself is about a $3 billion a year tax revenue that is actually foregone on account of the lower tax rate that is actually there on coal. We also find that non-compliance with environmental sort of standards also ends up being a sort of like a big subsidy. And this is a big driver. We talked about policies and their complementary role in driving adoption of clean energy. And one of the most important ones was the environmental standard that was imposed by way of coal washing. And in fact, there's yet another one which is on sulfur dioxide standards to be met. Unfortunately, both have not been met. In fact, the coal washing compliance has been done away with completely. And the deadlines for sort of, implementing SO2 and NOx standards have been pushed to now the 2030s, literally. Nearly a 15-year process of implementation. So all of this really waters down the ability of the executive to be able to sort of drive generation away from coal because those environmental standards are not being met or are being subsidized by not asking those industries to meet them. That's to the tune of about $3 billion. The next slide, please. Oil and gas, as I spoke to you earlier, so significant bit of subsidies obviously were in diesel and in LPG. Diesel, of course, I think the biggest success story to come out of India was when the prices were sort of deregulated and the market was allowed to sort of price it based on the international parity price, which is both taking into account the import and the domestic production. And then what remained was, of course, was the LPG itself. Now, unfortunately, what has happened is we must remember that LPG, even though a fossil fuel, when compared to biomass, is still climate friendly on account of the many other particles that are emitted by the use of biomass extensively across Indian households, particularly soot and other matter, VOCs, which actually are sort of short-lived climate pollutants in a way, and they actually cause a lot more damage than fossil fuels themselves when they're combusted to clean CO2. So in reality, there is a benefit to moving away to LPG for lots of Indian households, but unfortunately, we're not able to do that on account of the lack of subsidy. And here is where it's a bit of a perverse system in place where we've spent tons of rupees in driving connections to poor households, but unfortunately, we've taken away the subsidy, especially post-corona, because the government was sort of really looking to repurpose subsidies into other investments that the economy needs. And as a result, we've done away with the subsidy entirely. And that's one of the reasons why we see that the blue bar is completely subsided. And what little remains today is really a bit of the LPG and a bit of kerosene subsidies, but really completely on the wane. So all of this decreasing definitely brings down the overall level of subsidy. The next slide, please. Transmission distribution. Tian,
sorry, I think just a slight interrupt.
Sure.
So can you, thanks.
Absolutely, yes, thank you. We'll do that. As you see, T&D, this is one of the elements where we actually capture sort of provincial level subsidies as well, because it's not the center that does it. And as you can see, this is close to about, $13 to $14 billion a year. This is largely driven by the political economy of the sector and something that's difficult to sort of really reform. And all the actors and stakeholders in the sector are aware of having to reform this aspect of subsidy before we actually make a concerted push for, making renewable energy a much bigger part of the grid. The major challenges we'll discuss in the last slide. The next slide, please. We'll actually skip this because we wanted to sort of really focus on fossil fuels. But as you can see, renewable energy subsidies are perhaps at their highest but they are a tenth of, if not lesser than, of the remaining ones. Primarily because renewable energy sort of really has, on account of the price decreases, grown in India and not so much on the back of subsidy provision itself. The next slide. And the next as well, because this is EVs and this is even less significant, as you can see, in driving. So subsidies necessarily have not played a big role in driving EV uptake in the economy, as much as the subsidies themselves are very small right now. The next slide. So Yeah, so as you can see here, one of the most important parts here is the investments by PSUs. And as you can see, significant bit of investments here in all of these sectors by public sector undertakings. And all of these, in some sense, constitute support that lets the industry sort of sustain at the pace at which it is and is not letting private capital drive the trends in which the sector should actually be undertaking. And as you can see, these numbers are anywhere to the tune of about $6 billion or so at the 40,000 mark. So these are crucial for us to address and ensure that, you know, when India commits to a net zero future, they're also looking at the investments from these public sector undertakings in driving that. Next slide, please. Equally about PFIs, public financial institutions, funding finance institutions. These are basically the banks that are, you know, owned by the public sector. And as you can see, significant share of, you know, overall, you know, contribution to investments in the energy sector itself. The next and possibly the last two, yeah. Next one, please, yeah. So on the revenue side, as I said, the revenues really are the big standout element here. We're looking at, you know, close to 3 times the amount of, you know, resources that the government pumps in as subsidies actually being there recovered as costs. This is primarily on account of the 2 taxes, the VAT, as well as this excise duty on oil and gas. You will also be, you know, for those of you who follow the, you know, fiscal space in India, this is one sector that's actually not been incorporated into the GST, primarily because of the losses that will ultimately sort of result for the government of India by way of revenues if they were to do that. So this is strongly being debated right now. The next slide. Yeah, I mean, there's a bit wordy, but, you know, I think the main element is to channel the revenues that the government of India makes from fossil fuel subsidies towards helping drive adoption of different technologies. Unfortunately, one of the things you will see in the Indian economy through COVID was, despite the rising prices, the sales in gasoline never abated. Though diesel actually abated on account of lesser economic activity, gasoline sales continued to rise continuously. This is primarily because there is no alternative to the use of private vehicles in economies where there's not investment in public transport. So unless that taxation is directly channeled to creating alternatives, you will find that this is a non-elastic demand, or inelastic demand really. And that will continue to grow and tax revenues will continue to grow. And that's a perverse incentive for government to keep it at the pace at which it is. We also think that there needs to be sort of like a parity between the way the government, the central and the state governments handle the issue of electricity subsidies, because it's a hot political topic. And obviously, you know, any opportunity to sort of reform this at the state level sometimes finds, you know, does not find bipartisan support. And as a result, unless we have the center-state dialogue on this, it's very unlikely that that will move forward. On LPG, there is definitely a big requirement to reinstate that subsidy. Otherwise, basically, populations in rural India, which account for close to about 65% of the population, will slowly move back to LPG, which can have much more drastic consequences for near-term warming as a result of the SLCPs that are emitted. And finally, I think in terms of the MRV that our earlier colleague from KPMG mentioned, there needs to be much better practices in terms of tracking investments, as well as the impact associated with some of these investments as we sort of assess the role of the private sector as well as the public sector institutions in funding infrastructure in energy sector itself. So I will leave it at that, but perhaps if you have time for Q&As, we can get into some of that. Thank you.
Thanks, Karthik, for his very comprehensive review of this Indonesia, not only fossil fuel subsidy reform, but also renewable energy sort of policy update. I think now we are actually 15 minutes delayed, so and also largely because of some technical issues, so we shall excuse ourselves a little bit. But I was also reminded by our colleagues we shall wrap up soon. So let's try to also accommodate like one question for this time being, and with following questions perhaps later by emails and other ways. Yeah, so we try to have one question now. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. So I am the lucky one to ask that question. So my question would be mainly to Sarah, but others are welcome to join in to answer. Sarah, you mentioned about carbon pricing, and mainly you focused on, that it needs to be designed properly, and it needs to be only one part of the policy mix that you actually implement to be able to control, to steer away investments from fossil fuels, etc. My question is on the design part of it. More broadly than that, have you taken up any studies or analysis to understand if there has been a substantive reduction in emissions on account of carbon pricing mechanisms? That will be very interesting to note, because the jury is out whether there are. Second question is on the design part, and here I was wondering if you could reflect on a somewhat or rather substantive greater burden on low-income households, and what does that mean in terms of implementation? And coming to implementation, I was wondering on two aspects, that all kinds of carbon taxes, Karthik also mentioned that there needs to be, earmarked spending of the revenues that you generate out of carbon taxes, but it is extremely hard to actually track the spending of such taxes, and evidence bears that out. So these are the three questions that I wanted to ask. Sarah and others could join. Thank you.
Should I go ahead, Chanyu, or?
Yes, please go ahead. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I think those are very good questions. And I guess I don't necessarily think that carbon pricing should be this or that. I think it just is. So I think, I just think we need to just understand how policies are implemented in the real world, and you never just have, one policy or one main thing. So in terms of evidence, I think in systems that have implemented them in their power sectors, there has been evidence. I think definitely in the European Union, in California, in the regional kind of Western United States, where they have been implementing these kinds of systems for many years. There has been evidence of emissions reduction. I think the evidence in industry is much more mixed, because it hasn't been really implemented, basically, in a way, in terms of the indication. And in terms of the burden, I think this is true of lots of policies where you have a price signal, and you're definitely going to have regressivity issues or distributional issues, and that become serious depending on the level of the price and how that's passed through. And so there's lots of ways of looking at that, and that's certainly been an issue even in mature systems like the European Union, and has been considered. And in terms of the transparency, I think that has been a challenge, even within the European Union, because that's something that's managed by individual member states, for example. And there have been a lot of cases of, sort of environmental justice cases, or cases where certain countries have to be taken, to have a bit more transparency how things are spent. But I think that's definitely been improving. But I agree that there's a lot of things you want to have in place, but I think those are true of a range of measures that will impact prices, including ETS. But I'm sure others have more to add.
Thanks, Sarah. So I think we can wrap up for now. And thanks very much for our presenters. John have been staying here for a long while, and Sarah and Dr. Shi and Karthik. Really, I think your presentations are really amazing. Also, Richard and a last colleague who left already. I really appreciate, and also thanks for the participants, for our colleagues here, for your patience and for your interest. I think you have any following questions, we can continue this exchange. And also, apologies for this to be delayed, but I hope it's useful, and hope it can bring to you a certain inspiration in whatever way. So thanks. So I think we just wrap up this session for now. Yeah. Thanks, colleagues.
Okay, I have only one question, a small question. To Mr. Karthik. Actually, in his presentation, he mentioned about the transition. Just transition. So we know that some of the states of the India are heavily dependent on the fossil fuel like coal. So how actually they're planning to just transition and incorporating the human rights issue in this process?
Actually, that was not explicitly covered, but I did sort of talk about the energy revenues itself from fossil fuel extraction, most of it accruing to the center, but a fair bit of it also to the states. It's a very valid question from the audience member on, what will states that depend on fossil fuel revenues do? And that's exactly what we're saying, that if that revenue that they're currently generating is not repurposed to those end users that will actually support that transition away, it's very difficult for us to see how we create the capacity for actors, whether it is those who are currently employed or even the public that benefits from those services, to be prepared for their alternative future. And I think there are a few examples that are sort of maybe underway. I can't think of any directly in the Indian context. I noticed that, of course, there are colleagues from India who are sitting around the table, Neha and Ashish. Perhaps they can give you a little bit more insights into some of those mechanisms. But I think, public transport investments are the ones that keep coming back into my mind, right? Because those are the most obvious ones where, we spend so many resources in supporting private transport by creating, roads, flyovers, expressways, but then serially sort of underinvest when it comes to movement of the poorer sections in urban India itself, and even in tier 2 cities where there's no public transport at all. So I think those are areas where we see that the rhetoric is obviously slowly changing, because some do realize the transport sector is a big decarbonization option in the future. But explicitly on, I think the states that you spoke about, I don't think there are clear plans yet. There are many organizations that are working on these issues in India itself. I'm sure you've seen their research. So I think it's too early to sort of comment on whether anything is happening on the ground, but hopefully they will realize that, when 20 to 30% of my state's revenues depend on these energy sources, and if they're not going to be the future of the system, then, I better start doing something differently with that money. Final point I will say is that not all of it is under the control of some of those states, because only a share of some of that revenue actually comes to them. A lot of it actually goes back up to the center, and it's up to the center to then sort of really bring it back to the states. So responsibility lies also with the central dispensation on how they help some of these resource-rich states beat the curse that they've been sort of dealt with. Yeah. Thank you. I hope that was helpful, but you can reach me on email, and maybe we can do this bilaterally as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karthik, and thank you so much to all the presenters for being there. I mean, it was a very rich discussion, and some very sort of new concepts. At least, I mean, for me, there were quite a few, and it was a very good learning for us.
As a start, maybe UNDP could help monetize the aviation credits of those who participated remotely. And maybe we can sort of put money where the mouth is, yeah.
Yeah, but we'll actually have to wait with the value that this event has. So we will let's not go into that debate at this time. But thank you very much. Yeah. So colleagues, it's been a long day for you. Some of you flew last night, and I also know that a couple of you actually arrived early in the morning. So we'll call it a day. We will have to skip the last session, but with apologies to the presenters who were ready. So we'll do it on day 3, and we'll share the updated agenda. We also wanted to have a Mentimeter so that we get your feedback on how the day has been. But because the last session has not happened, so we'll do it later on. But thank you very much. You have a very good evening. Enjoy the evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Have a great time. Thank you very much.
Just to add, we are starting tomorrow 9 o'clock sharp. So I hope everyone is here in this venue at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Recording stopped.